we doing, boys and girls? Good morning, good morning. Alrighty, we are back. We are back in action after a weekend's worth of fun and games. How are we all doing? Let's get ourselves up and running first thing. Let's turn the tunes down just a touch. How are we all doing, boys and girls? Good morning, good morning. Who we got in this morning? Little Louv, good morning to you. Belated happy birthday. Thank you, boys and girls. Thank you. Yes, I kept it a little bit quiet before it happened, but it was my birthday weekend, which is why there was a few less streams over the last few days. But we're back and we're up in action now again. Coffee, bacon sarnies, nice 300k mailbox. Hey, got yourself a token. Yes, 300k tokens EU official. Oh my days, the token price is going bananas. Actually bananas. Oh, I'm looking forward to getting back into playing some WoW. I've not really touched World of Warcraft much over the last few days. It's been a bit strange, I'm not gonna lie. It's been a little bit strange, but without the posture check, your back will be doomed. I think my back will be all right. There is actually, in fact, some of you may have noticed that there are some new coffee bean rewards for those of you that have been gathering up your channel points, your coffee beans. You now have a few new tools to play with. Now, I hope they work.
Die, monster! You don't belong in this world!
There's the big one. See, I deliberately put that at big numbers. But it looks like we're starting the day off strong with sacrificing Mantheus's pets. Cow, hello there to you too. How are we doing? Welcome. So, it appears the sound alerts do work. Good. I suppose it's about time to log in then and pick a random pet. Somebody's been saving his coffee beans for a while. But let's get into it. Let's load some accounts up. Let's go for it for science. Thanks, man. Could have picked a cheaper one for science. No, it's all good. It's all good. Right, let's get in. There is, for those of you that do not know or are somewhat new around here, I used to have the ability for my viewers to redeem their channel points in turn for me deleting one of my pet collection. Now I've reintroduced it at a sort of legacy price. But of course, people have been saving up their coffee beans for a while. I have a problem, you know. I have no real way of tracking how many channel points people have. So when it comes to adjusting, you know, the prices of these things, I've got no clue what's going on. But what are we going to do? Wanted to cry when I saw how much they were the other day and I needed one. Paying for this game... or paying for game time, should I say, is now in the EU over 10,000 gold a day. Just for if you want to pay for game time. If you think about that, that's a lot of effort, right? 10,000 gold a day is 50k is a bit low, I think. Do 100k. Well, it is on a 1 hour cooldown, so it's not going to happen too frequently, I would hope. And I would imagine that if people do use it quite frequently to begin with, they should burn through their supply. But yeah, 10,000 gold a day just to play this game for free is what it is now costing us over in the EU. And 10,000 gold a day for mere mortals is not actually that. That's no easy feat, you know. 10,000 gold a day is a fair whack. If you think about like a call, look at the basic shit that people are doing, right? Callings are like 1,500 to maximum 2,000 gold a day. That's only 1/5 of what you need every day. And you've got to remember that this is 10,000 gold a day that is needed. You can't be, you can't be like just saving your callings up and doing them in one go sort of thing. I mean, you can. That is the efficient way to do it, but it's not like you double or triple your gold. So let's say 1,500 gold. You would have to be doing your callings every day on, what is that, like 7 characters to be able to, yeah, 1,500 a day times 2 would be 3,000, times 4 would be 6,000. Yeah, you're looking at like 7 characters you'd need to be doing your callings on every day to self-sustain your game time. By callings alone, obviously, but you want to stack things up. You want to stack your callings, you want to stack your mission table, you obviously want to be doing some farming, you obviously want to be doing some gold making of some sorts if you plan to play this game for free. It's crazy just how expensive it got to about 350,000, I think, back in Legion, and that's where it capped out at. I think we're going to see an even more expensive token. I think we could end up at 500,000 gold for a token if we're not careful, because this is getting out of hand. But Haddock has for science decided to delete one of my pets, so I'm gonna have to hope to all hell that it's not a good one, because my pet collection is not too extensive, but I have a lot of them. I have a lot of them. Now, is there a summon random favorite, summon random from all? So let's summon a pet, and let's see who's going to meet their demise. Please, please, please don't be anything good. It is a, what is it? Where is it? What did we summon? We summoned a Veil Marmot. What in the world is a Veil Marmot? Whatever it is, it gets, it's a level 23. Oh, it's a little squirrel thing. Ah, poor squirrel. Well, you know what's even more annoying? Is it's the only one of them I have. So my pet collection is going backwards. Say goodbye. Say goodbye. This, release. Off you go. Once it's gone forever. Poor dude. Poor dude. Off he goes. Free the spectral cub. One day, maybe. One day. One day. Can you filter filter your pets by like value? Because there's the rarity, expansion breed, other, additional filter. Sort by first price source. Rematch TSM pack. I don't know what the first price source is. Second price source? First price source minus second price source. It doesn't seem to actually work. Oh, based on this. Oh, there we go. There we go then. Is that filtering... First price source. That's just going to straight up show the most expensive pets that I have. Here we go then. This gives you guys a good indication of some of the value of the pets that are kicking about in my collection. Ones of which that I would really prefer to not get rid of. Oh day. Oh day. You skip streaming for a few days and the first thing you do is release pets. Are you quitting WoW? It wasn't by choice. It wasn't by choice. One of the channel point redeems is back. The free pet, the releasing of a pet back into the wild is back. Because while I did take a few days off, yes, I did take a few days off streaming. That wasn't to say that I wasn't being productive. Friday, for example, I put the finishing touches to my latest update to the TSM profile for the supporters of the channel. So that goes out to tier 2 subs. That goes out to Silver Goblins on Patreon. The latest update of the TSM profile includes every single past expansion, pattern and material that has ever been, all in one convenient, all in some conveniently organized groups. So we have every single old material that's ever in the game, and of course there is also accompanying operations for both auctioning them, purchasing them, sniping them, so that you can take advantage of some easy flipping for the materials at least, or if you're just, stocking up on materials for crafting with. Professions, I did the same for. This was a lot more extensive, and this took a lot more time because there's no easy way to actually populate these groups with every pattern other than doing it in a very manual fashion. But now every single profession from the game that has ever been has all of their everything nicely subcategorized with matching operations for both crafting, for auctioning. It's all there. It's all there. This is one of the biggest. This is by far, I mean, you could arguably say this is 8 times bigger than my Shadowlands profession groups and TSM profile, simply because I had to do basically the same thing, but for every single past expansion that's ever been. So it took a while to do, but that went out and is now available to supporters of the channel. So big thank you to you guys. This is my way of hopefully returning the favor. You guys can go and pick this up and have a play around with it. We will be showcasing it a little bit on the channel. It took me such a long time and so much effort to put it together. I need to do a little bit of promotion for it to make it worth my while. But it's available for Patreons currently. It's available for tier 2 subs currently. So take a look at the links down below if you're interested. TSM, yeah, the Shadowlands profile is missing auctioning operations for materials. Yes, you are right. And that was, firstly, it was a bit of an oversight. Secondly, I realized that it was kind of almost a little bit deliberate. Most of the time, people who want to get involved in TSM for the are looking to do crafting. Crafting is where Trade School Master really, really excels, and it's where I focus it's where my focus is when I create my groups and operations. Now, there is obviously the argument that if you have any materials, you should, in theory, probably just try and sell them to get a quick amount of gold when you're first farming. But the long term, it's all about actually crafting. I should probably include some very basic auctioning operations, but it's something that people would probably want to sell them in different ways, if at all. It's something that is on the to-do list. I am aware that there isn't any auctioning operations there yet, but I mean something as very simple as just like minimum 70% DB market price and you're away. It's a very simple thing to add on at some point. I might do it, but there was some element of logic into why it wasn't there. The material groups realistically were just there for convenience, for shopping, for manually shopping, less so than for selling things back out. But I'm more and more looking, and hence why I did the old materials and old professions. I'm more and more looking to support people that are getting up and running with goal making. Most of my content, I know, focuses very heavily on, you've done the basics, you've got the groundwork in place, you just want to scale things up, because you tend to do farming, you tend to do gathering, and then naturally you progress into crafting and flipping and such. So I'm just trying to get the microphone in the right place. I hope that's not like making anybody's ears go weird. But anyway, I need to do a few basic things before we get too deep into topics of conversation. I still, in theory, should do the Wowhead economy report for this week. I'm a bit late to the party, though, considering it's already Tuesday, and that goes up on a Sunday. I'm kind of worried that it's already fake news, but... or old news, I should say, at the very least. Not fake news, that's a bit of a slip of the tongue. I need to get some auctions posted. I need to get a few bits and pieces just ticked off. So this dude doesn't really do much at the moment. He just needs to go do the mission table. Let's get him back to Seat of the Primus. Whilst that's also happening, let's get our other bank characters up and running. And I guess if we're going to go crazy, we might as well go really crazy. Big news is Zanzafal's ban. I've seen that, yeah. I don't quite know what to take of that. I believe I know Zanzafal well enough to believe that he was not doing anything in the wrong. I think he's very much been caught by what would be considered a false positive. I'm quite sure his recent dedication to power leveling so many characters and doing it using basically the very low level twink, and also utilizing some clever use of game mechanics to get all of his accounts into the same group to get things like the bonus XP and stuff. I would imagine there's a good chance that a lot of his characters, because most of the time they would just sit at the beginning of a dungeon, and there was always randoms involved in what he was doing. It was never a totally solo expedition. There was always randoms involved because he was using the random dungeon finder. And I'm quite certain of it, that in purely the quantity of dungeons he was running to level up his characters, that he probably acquired himself quite a lot of reports. Unjustly so, I should clarify, because he was technically not doing anything wrong. But to the layman that just turns up in one of his random groups and doesn't really know what's going on, and sees a monk just absolutely zerging the content, and then sees people chilling at the instance entrance, his characters might have got reported. And it's the nature of the game that if you get too many reports, whether they're true or false, the likelihood is that it was an automated thing that kicked in. Now, hopefully, if he can get in contact with a GM that, will actually look at the situation, he'll probably get it overturned, because ultimately he's not done anything wrong, or at least from a public perspective, he's not done anything wrong. I mean, the fact that he got banned live on stream as well was a bit of an indication that he's not really doing anything wrong, but we will have to see. We'll have to see what the outcome is on that one. I wish him the best of luck getting his accounts back for sure. Do it. Your regular exclusive viewers will probably have not read the weekly wrap-up yet. That's probably
You just
true.
lost
We'll
$5.
Stroke. Much better.
Oh, where's the alert? Hang on. Questions now. Questions. Did you guys hear the alert for Stroh's resub? Because I saw the alert, but I did not hear the alert. You did hear the alert? Then why are you guys hearing the alerts and I'm not? The hell's going on? Okay, so right, audio settings, properties. We heard it real good. Okay. Oh, it was louder than me as well. Huh. All right. Huh. We have...
You just lost $5.
Little ooh.
Alert box. Goes out on audio channel 1. Turn up your hearing aid. Right. Maybe it should be that setting. Okay. Well, from what I can tell, is I should hear them, but I have no idea why they don't. Maybe I'll just have to delete the thing and put it back on again. Blizzard should ban themselves for using bots to ban people. Yeah, you're probably right. You're probably right. Oh, Little Uve with the tier 1 sub is on a 4-month streak now. Thank you. Highly appreciate it. Once again, I apologize. I didn't hear it. Ah. Right. Well, I will work out. I will try and work this out and get it fixed, because it feels very odd that you guys hear the alerts going off and I don't. Very strange.
You just lost $5.
Oh.
Mantheus, this is a test.
Ah, you guys hear that as well, right? You guys heard that, right? That's only a share resubbed last week. Ah, true. We heard that 3 times? Wait, what? Now with an echo? Oh dear, oh dear. Okay, what's... Maybe then... Ears are bleeding now, I apologise. It's very difficult to test this sort of stuff off stream. Right, if I just turn off monitoring for that completely. But it still goes out on track 1. Right, I'm going to test it again. So put your fingers in your ears and let me know if there's an echo.
You just lost $5.
Mantheus,
Now I don't hear
this
it
is a
at all.
test.
The fuck is going on? Oh, Christ. I've broke my stream. Broke my stream. Well, I'm still really quiet though. Well, I'm still in new microphone mode, but I'm looking at the audio levels, and my microphone is in the orange section, which is where it should be when I talk. The microphone is kind of, yeah, I mean, it's indicating it's doing its thing. I'll have to check the settings after the stream. You're way more quiet than you used to be. Alright, I'm going to have to test this out. I genuinely don't think I can turn the volume up much now. I used to have the stream at about 20%, now it's at max. Huh. And then the sub notification absolutely blasts the house, of course. Okay, I'm going to have to work on this. I can only test, I can only see by what my volume indicators are doing in my mixer. Turning down the sub notification is an option. Well, the thing is that I can't even hear the sub notifications myself. So something's really goofed up, and I don't know what's goofed up. I might have to just quite simply... I mean, I can turn the volume of the alerts down If I put the alerts at like 70%, and then but how do I I don't know. I'll work it out. I'll do some well, my mic boost is on virtually max, I think. Let me switch my mic profile over to something a bit different with a little bit more boost. I'm in danger of spending the entire stream tweaking settings though. Right, I'm just gonna leave it for this stream. I'll play with settings as much as I can off stream and try and get something that, you know, sort of works. I'm in new technology mode, so it doesn't surprise me there's a few teething issues. $800 gold a flask. Only about 20 gold per flask is a profit. Down full of low pop things. Things cost sell high but cost high to craft. Yeah, it's all it's what we say in English. It's all swings and roundabouts. Right, I'll play with audio settings later. I can't think of any. I'll test it all off stream. Anyway, what was I doing? We were gonna do some. Let's get this mission table out of the way. Let's get the basics done and dusted, and then we can go do some more interesting stuff. We'll do the WoW economy report because if nothing else, I need to play catch up a little bit. Because because I need to play catch up a little bit. Now I can bring the microphone up a little bit towards me if that helps out, even in the slightest, but we'll see. So, ooh, cheeky 10k experience one. If we can complete that, we'll definitely do it. Oh, your man here can solo it. Well, bargain, off we go. Another 7,500. I'll do the big ones. Let's get those up and running. Any big cheeky bonus XP missions? No bonus XP missions. We'll do just the big stuff then. $1,000 XP plus. We'll send as many fellas on as we can until we're at least all in the 50s. And then once your characters are in the 50s and can pretty much run around and solo everything, you stop focusing quite so much on whoring out as much XP as you can get your hands on and focus a little bit more on completing as many missions as possible. I mean, it's 1,000 XP, I suppose. Right, there's the first one done. What are people still selling at the moment, though? Are people still plugging away at their legendaries, or have people switched into other markets now that, you know, Corthite crystals are basically free? Corthite crystals are cheaper than heavy callous hide. That's a crazy situation. That should not be a thing, by the way. I'm just saying. With the fact that you can now, I mean, oh my days, I can't even begin to get across just how cheap it is in comparison to level up your legendaries now to what it once was. You could, if you're plugging away at crafting and selling legendaries now and you're willing to do a little bit of manual work in terms of working out, you know, the correct prices and which things are most optimal to craft, you could probably level up your legendaries for a fraction, and I mean a fraction, of the price that you once could. Because you're not wasting gold anymore crafting shit that's not going to sell. Apart from 15 rank 1s. Get those 15 rank 1s out the way. And from there, it's plain sailing. Never started Legos, didn't have the gold for it. Now I don't know if it's worth it. Legos are not going anywhere, though. They're going to be here genuinely for the entire expansion. Just because it's not an opportune moment to be having, you know, millions and millions of gold, the gold train is not chewing its way. At the moment, that doesn't mean that when 9.2 lands, we won't have a massive spike in sales again. Especially considering there is a good probability that we'll get 2 legendaries equipable in patch 9.2. My realm, it's about 100k per level of the Legos. I mean, you could cut your costs to nearly nothing, though. Whatever it costs you to make 15 rank 1s is pretty much your only expense now. Because rank 4s are still going to sell. And not only are they still going to sell, you're also able to make them for less than it costs to make a natural rank 4 by using the vestiges right now. In many cases. Not all cases, but in many cases. Meaning that once you've finished crafting 15 rank 1s, you are then in the money. You then have the ability to craft rank 4s, and they will sell, and they should at the very least sell for what it costs you to make them. So there's no actual expense there. And every time you sell one, that's, you know, that's some experience up the tree. You're going to have to sell a lot of them, mind. But the point is that you still can. It's going to take a while to get the gold back, but I think it's good to get them up for 9.15 or 9.2 at least. Yeah. I mean, if patch 9.1 taught us anything, it's that those that put the time and the effort in and spent the big bucks in 9.0, even if it was at the late part, if you were late to the party at the beginning of the expansion, and it took you a while to get up and running with legendaries, those that leveled up just before or just after patch 9.1 landed and got into the rank 5 and 6 market and crafted a whole bunch of legendaries that have done very well. Most Legos 2 to 3k profit. You still need to PvP auction house all the time. Depends how you value your time, I suppose. 2 to 3,000 gold. There are some people that would fight over that. This is the thing, right? You got to remember that it depends what your options are. There are people out there that their options for making gold is they could either run around doing callings on hundreds of characters to try and get the gold together, or instead they could craft some legendaries and sit at the auction house and do an hour's worth of auction house PvP and make 5 times as much gold. It's a little bit, you know, it's based a bit on perspective, but it's what are your opportunities if you can make 5 times as much gold than whatever else is available to you, it still starts to look quite attractive. Maybe not to everybody, but to a lot of people out there, which is why people are still doing it. And the smarter thing to do is not try and do it 8 hours a day. The smart thing to do is actually focus your auction house PvP on like 1 or 2 hours in the day where you kind of suspect there being higher traffic. Oh dear. Any other good ones? It's been a few days since I've sent fellas out on these missions, so no surprises to anybody. There's lots of good missions available. That's number 2. If we if we can get our act together and can get our US account or our NA account up and running a bit quicker, it might give me a good opportunity to showcase how you can level up your legendaries right now. But the problem is I'm still a fair way away from being able to focus on legendaries, I think, on the NA realm. I need, to do it properly, I need three characters. I need 2 at max level, and I need one, you know, an enchanter, basically. Which we're still a bit of a way away from doing, unfortunately, but maybe not for 9.1.5, but I would imagine for patch 9.2 we should be in a good position to steal some of Dirty Herbie's wealth. I get too distracted to sit watching the auction house. I just throw stuff on and go wander around doing stuff. If I remember to go cancel scan once or twice a day. Well, this is the benefit of having 2 accounts, or equally more in some cases. Once you have that second account available to you, then you can have one just, you know, permanently sat at the auction house. And trust me, having it constantly sat at the auction house will more than likely pay for itself in terms of extra gold that you'll make on a monthly basis. Oh wait, hang on, 150 anima to send this thing out. Jesus. That's a lot of anima for one mission. But 10,000 XP bonus. If we can complete the mission, that is. Probably not with these lobies. But no, I hear you. If you're just, you know, playing like a regular Joe, and you've got the single account up and running, and you actually have to go to the auction house to do any auction house dealings, I can very much see how it will suck up all of your time, since yeah, considering the meta is, for the most part, you know, sit at the auction house and cancel scan like your life depends on it. It doesn't give you much opportunity to do much else if that's just your one account. Ah, damn. What about then? It's not really a good mission for these guys to go on. Well, maybe we'll see if they can do this one. There we go. It's not too bad. Right, last character for the mission table. That is assuming I've actually got any animo on this character. I have a sneaky suspicion I've ran out of animo on my druid. I should go do a lap of Korthia, but we'll see. I don't even think I've got any auctions listed, you know. Going away for a few days and forgetting to post everything for 48 hours before I went probably means I didn't sell a bean over the weekend. Yeah, any of my game clients going to load today? Like 2 options here. My poor computer, it doesn't know what hits it. Yeah, severe lack of anima. Have we got? Oh, we've got plenty of. Oh, I say plenty. We've got some anima kicking about in our bags, though. Let's go ham that in real quick. Not a lot, but enough. Not a lot, but enough. What's the add-on called that you're using to do the mission table with? The one you'll probably look... Venture Plan is the one. Or Venture Plan. townlongyak.com/add-ons/Venture Plan. Or just Google Venture Plan. It's not been updated for a long time though. So be aware that it's not perfect. You can kind of hack it into working correctly, but it's... yeah. Is there anything we actually want to send fellas on specifically? The final piece of the puzzle. Well, it's not quite the final piece of the puzzle. We're only 16 campaign missions in. It's not quite the final piece of the puzzle, but actually, thinking about it, we've got some bonus XP things here, or at least one. Let's get that used. Let's throw all of our bonus XP onto just whoever is the weakest. That seems to make most sense to me. From 26 to 29 in one go, we'll take it. What's this? Oh, it's just
You just
stuff.
lost $5.
Nice devil. Just how?
Nice devil with the tier 1 3-month streak. Thank you very much. Just high. Welcome, welcome. That's also meaning that any TTS is not coming through my headphones. I have... God damn, I need to fix this. I think I might just need to delete the alert box and add it back on again. I don't know. Do I have it set to something weird like... oh, I don't know. I'll figure it out. I'm not good with technical issues. Well, at least I'm not good with technical issues when I'm also streaming at the same time. But either way, appreciate the sub. Thank you, thank you. If any subs go off today and I miss them because I can't hear them, please shout at me and remind me. I do my best to keep my eyes on chat anyway, so... nothing super duper interesting, so let's just get some fellas out on some missions. Blessing of Night Fae is that... oh, there is 1,000 XP mission here. We can probably get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 dudes on that one. Oh, apparently not. Okay. What is this wizardry? And now it works. One final quest. One final quest. Let's go with, let's see if we can solo this at Animal 1. I'm sure we can by now. Yes, lovely stuff. There we go. There we go. Any 9.1 mission it will struggle with. Yeah, default out the box, it will struggle with any of the newer missions. But for any of the original content, it works perfectly fine. The ability to sort or filter the missions would be godlike. Oh, yes. Yeah, I absolutely agree. 100% agree. Yeah, some sort of filtering would be wonderful. Right, there's our mission tables smashed out. That didn't take too long at all. Let's check our auctions and see if we actually sold anything. Oh, God. Can you imagine if all we sold was 600 gold worth of stuff? Right, let's get all of this stuff posted. Auctioning. Go. We can do a little bit of multitasking, I think. Let's get our Torin Mill account up and running. WoW EU3, that's the one. Let's go crazy. Let's open all of the accounts at the same time and watch my computer slowly melt. Slowly melt. Warning, your minimum price for porous stone statue is below its vendor sell price. When the auction house cut is taken into account, consider raising your minimum price or vendoring the item. Yeah, I think I do genuinely just need to vendor these things because they are 7 levels of trash. I don't think I've ever sold any of these. I thought they stacked to 20, but they don't. They only stack to 5 as well, which makes them even worse. A lot of people still choosing to post stuff way above my max price. I guess there's people out there that are, you know, chancing. I mean, 262 Grimvale belt for 85,000 gold. Come on now. That's just not a thing, is it? Let's be fair. That's just not a thing. Based on the fact that a rank 6 Grimvale belt probably costs me 15,000 gold to make. It's like, yeah, right, okay, fine. Did our other account load? It did. Lovely stuff. I tell you what's more frustrating now, though. Now that the tokens have hit 300,000 gold, it's, you know, it's bad enough paying for one account with gold right now. I've currently got 4 up and running. 4 accounts up and running, all being paid for. In fact, no, that's a lie. Only 3 of them are being paid for with gold. The only account that I'm paying for with my credit card and my real monies is my NA account, simply because we just don't have enough gold over there to be self-sufficient yet. But yeah, that's nearly 1 million gold a month just in game time I'm spending right now, which is a lot. It's certainly a lot. Right, I'll finish posting these auctions. This shouldn't take too long. Oh, Bone Shattered Gauntlets is sold. Lovely stuff. We'll finish posting these auctions, then we'll probably take a look at the Wowhead economy report for the week. Like I said, I know I'm a day late. We usually do this on a Monday, but better late than never, right? Where are we? Where are we? Is it this one? Yes, this is the one. We'll take a little look at number 194. 194, that's ready to rock and roll then. What did we sell those gauntlets for? Oh, it was a rank 6. 50k. Boom. Love it. Do need to look at doing something to try and prevent these item level 200 gear and 168 gear from spiraling too far out of control. We're already posting Shadow Steel arm guards at 168 for like 97,000 gold because the price on them is spiraling horrendously. as fewer and fewer people are actually active in posting them nowadays. I need to fix my operations. Well, yeah. Me and you both. If we both fix our well, technically only one of us needs to. If it's only me and you on Sylvanas for 168 gear. Oh, is it really? Okay. Well, if one of us fixes our operations, we'll both be alright. I'm sure you're probably making a killing then, because I'm about as active as a sloth right now. Not to mention, you know exactly when I repost my auctions, so if you wait 10 minutes till I've done mine, you can probably have the entire market to yourself. I can't remember the last time I actually crafted any 168 gear though, so once I've sold it, I probably won't be recrafting it. It's very safe to say that I am definitely slacking with gold making. I'm in autopilot right now. I'm relisting auctions, but I'm not doing a terribly good job of restocking. Okay, we did 240k since I last reposted, which was a day or so ago. It could be worse. Only just, but it could be worse. Alright, let's get these on the auction house. What are we saying on materials over here? 200 gold for Corthite crystals still. Holy smoke. Holy jeez. Okay. We'll buy a few. Right, so, oh my god, some Solenomore's come back to me. That means I sent it somewhere 30 days ago, and now it's come back to me. Oh dear, that's an indication that I've got mail expiring on other characters. Ouch. Nearly a token in sales though. Yeah, but it's only revenue. That's the problem. It's only revenue. If it was profit, sure, I'd be jumping up and down with you, but it's not. Although, we seem to be doing alright on what appears to be catch-up gear. 168s, 200s, that sort of stuff. Of which a lot of that is actually profit. What are we going to do with this Solenomo, though? I'll work something out. Oh, look how perfectly it fit in my bags. Beautiful. For now, let's just put it in the bank and forget about it. But we'll work out something more long-term for it. Alright, there we go. That'll do for now. Right, let's get this. This is the last post scan, I think, on this realm, which is good. I'm still seeing a lot of random names, which means one of two things, right? When you start seeing random names appear on your list of auctions, it either means there's new people to the market, which is always good. I like new people to the market. It keeps things feeling fresh. Or it means that the big time goblins are just bored at the moment and they're not actively as reposting themselves. Could be a bit of either. Let's go with shortfall 2 bags. Okay, so we've been selling through quite a lot of item level 200 gear, which is good. Because in turn then, that is actually quite profitable. At least of what we've been crafting and selling appears to be. So I'll take that. That's a win. Is Alchemy Crafter's Mark cheapest now in most cases? I don't know. Do the maths. I would say that if your Death Blossom and what's the other things that go? Is basically just Death Blossom, isn't it? I can't remember. Where's the cheat sheet? The Death Blossom is the basically free again now. Where's the sheet for it? I've got too many spreadsheets nowadays. Optional reagents 9.1. I haven't converted this to the new dark mode theme, but yeah, Death Blossom and Nightshade for the item level 200 crafters marks is on par with that of jewel crafting. Although jewel crafting is artificially cheap, that's it. You know, you're either vendoring the gems or you're crafting with it. On 230 stuff, I would comfortably say that yeah, alchemy is pretty cheap nowadays. Alchemy's 500-600 gold cheaper, I'd imagine, in most cases now. My eyes, it burns. Yeah, I know. Sorry, I have slowly been surely turning my cheat sheet into dark mode. Dark mode rainbow vomit, but there are still a few ones that are not in dark mode yet, so I apologise for that. Did I check the guild bank for stuff? Our guild bank is slowly emptying out though, which is nice. Means that we've purged through a good quantity of just low level trash. It was actually thanks to Samadan that I decided that the cheat sheet needed a dark mode. I'd never really thought about doing it before, but oh my days, oh my days! Anybody say cheap Corthite crystals? Oh my days! Jesus! I can't even begin to tell you how cheap it is to craft legendaries right now. With Corthite crystals, I mean, my smart average buy price on Corthite crystals is getting ridiculously low. 150 gold again. Under 100 gold on my server now. Yeah. They are on some realms. See, it's weird, right? The bigger realms are actually propping up the price of Corthite crystals quite a lot. Because A, people are using them correctly. They're using them to level up. There's a lot more people that are trying to level their legendaries on the big realms. And B, people are actually now looking to use them to craft the rank 4s. Of their, you know, kind of their intended purpose in the first place. I tend to just, you know, hoover up like the bottom 10% of the Corthite crystals every time I log on. Rank 2 with the Vestige is pretty cheap now. Yeah, I need to go through and I need to do a massive repost at some point. Doing it today is probably sensible, because if I try and do it tomorrow, that is not sensible. Because being Wednesday and all, crazy things happen. Oh, hang on, before we take those, I want to take those out, because it might have some effect on my smart average buy price of them. There we go. Right, 400 auctions to get back on the auction house. And then we'll look at the economy report for a week, for this week. Arguably last week, but you know what I mean. Still trying to push a lot of sellout gear. Still trying to get rid of that low level stuff. Rank 1s, rank 2s, rank 3s. If we can get it gone, we'll get it gone. The problem is even our sellout, even our cheap sellout price is not cheap enough at the moment. But hey, if we sell it eventually, it's all good. Actually, this account, I'm going to close this one for now. Because I don't want to have a million accounts up and running on my computer at the same time. Let's do the same with this one for now. We can always load them back up. Let's get the NA account up and running. We're just cycling through our accounts at the moment, getting stuff relisted. I know it's not the most... I apologise, it's not the most engaging stream content. But we've got to get it done. Because if you don't post stuff, guess what? You don't sell it. How are we doing, Equilibrium? Good morning. Welcome in. Where did a Masterful Lace Stripe band come from? How in the world did I have that? 117 Masterful Lace Stripe band. That snuck in from somewhere. I thought I vended all of those. Maybe it was hiding in the guild bank somewhere at some point. New mic sounds a bit different. Guess it takes a bit getting used to. Well, one thing for sure is that hopefully there'll be less echo, and there in theory is a lot less distortion in this mic as well. So I definitely do need to do some playing around with it and balance some things, tweak it to my sort of voice profile. More exciting than watching my character prospect for an hour? Yeah. God bless multiple accounts, though. Then, at least if you're prospecting for an hour, then you can be doing something else constructive on another account. YouTube voice almost all the time. I don't have a YouTube voice. Lies. Fake news. Lip sync seems a bit off with a voice. Well, that's one of the things that I might need to tweak and tune. There, obviously, if there's any processing going on, there might be a little bit of lip sync, but you do? Yeah, I know, I probably do. In fact, I know for a fact I do. You'll get to you'll get to hear the YouTube voice in a minute as we do the economy report for the week. Oh, hang on, I need to get all these shadow ghast ingots out my bag actually. Oh, I just remembered I bought like 10 million shadow ghast ingots on this realm the other day. That's where half my gold is gone. That makes sense. I spent like nearly 1 million gold on shadow ghast ingots. Just because I don't ever want to have to craft the damn things again. And they weren't cheap, but there was plenty of them. And they were what I would consider reasonably priced. Which was still more than what they're currently listed for. But we'll slap ours in there. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Let's put them in there. Let's go 48 out of 2.5 bags just to list them for 48 hours. Oh, Jesus. Well, they'll sell tomorrow. It's fine. This is going to get embarrassing if we've only got 265 gold in the mailbox. It's going to get real embarrassing. It's that sweetie sales voice workers in retail have. Hey. If it works, right? Gotta make that bread. Oh, does this now mean actually we can see how much the NA token is? Is the NA token hit 200k yet? NA token. Oh, 194. 194. Damn. That's like mega bucks for the NA boys. 40. We'll just cancel everything. Cancel everything, put it back on. In theory, I should just do a cancel scan, but we'll just cancel everything and put it straight back on again. It's only materials. They cost nothing to list. But we need to dedicate a day again to leveling this fella up. We're at 51. We could very much do with getting him to 60. So we can start chipping away at some more profitable stuff. Oh, snap. 10k in the mailbox, though. 10k in the mailbox from... I did relist my auctions over here yesterday. Whiptail, 3,500 gold of Whiptail sold. We sold some platinum ore. We flipped around some platinum ore. I know for a fact I didn't farm that, so I must have bought it for a flip. 666. Ooh, spooky. Ember silk. Hey, we sold another spider silk. Haha, get wrecked, suckers. These spider silks are I purchased them for 900 gold, which I really shouldn't have done. But I'm slowly selling them back out for more. This is real multitasking though now. Real multitasking now. 900 gold for spider silk. Yeah, I have no idea what I was thinking when I bought those. Genuinely no idea what I was thinking. I was like God's honest truth. I was probably relying on an add-on to tell me what to do a little bit too much, and I just made a boo-boo. Feral Kiss, how we doing? Welcome in. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Guys and girls, we're actually not far away from 2,000 followers now on Twitch. Not that the followers is a number that I really sort of chase after, but a milestone is a milestone. We've been on Twitch about 6 months now, I think, so... Somebody bought yours for 1k, so that realm must have messed up prices. It's Area 52 is the NA realm that we play on, so yeah. But we deliberately chose this realm because it's kind of well known for just having loopy prices on things. So this is why we're using it to do a bit of flipping and just to try and do some silly things. I know farming's not really your thing, but any tips on farming chaos crystals from Legion? Would running an optimized route on LFR with an enchanter be the best way? Or is there some shuffles you can do? Chaos crystals from Legion. Your LFR laps are probably the best thing you can do. Because that's a... There's a cap on that though, right? The cap will be that you can only get, you can only loot the bosses once. But they should in turn, because they're now considered legacy, they should drop a lot. I think you'll probably end up, just by doing a lap of LFR, end up with more chaos crystals than you know what to do with. I think you've probably hit the nail on the head with that. Nether shards, buy gear, disenchant it. Yeah, you could farm up nether shards. Maybe that's another way, but I would imagine on a relatively fast class, you could got about 50 crystals. Want more per week though. Yeah, I mean, Blood of Sargeras is another one. The world quests are another one. You got to remember these things. Obviously, you're trading time to get them. It depends just how much those crystals are worth to you. Nether shards is a good idea, but I'm saving that for the achievement. Oh, okay. Never had issues finding cheap crystals on the auction house, though. Yeah, I mean, that would be another thing to do. Just incorporate it into your daily auction house activities of just to do a scan for any that have, you know, landed on the auction house cheap, because people will highly undervalue them because they're arguably much older content now. Do you farm up TBC gems? Not really. Are you referring to TBC in its current, you know, TBC Classic, or, you know, the original Outlands? Either way, the answer is no, I don't really do it, but I can give you hints and tips on how to do it either way. Oh, the uncut. Oh, okay. Oh, if you've tapped in, if you found a little market to tap into. Oh, well, I suppose there's who is it? Wasn't Mr. GM doing a Project 70? I think Mr. GM was doing something at some point where they were twinking out at TBC, but in retail or something like that. Or he might have been doing Wrath, or I don't know. But there's often times where reasonably sizable content creators will do something like that, which will spike the price of something out of nowhere if you just happen to be in the right place at the right time. I can't imagine there's a... I mean, it's cool to find a little market like that, though. If it's Project 35, then it's everything up to mop. Oh, okay. I saw somebody doing something like that. There's also the level 10 Twink boosting tune. Oh, I see. Well, on that basis then, if people are sort of playing around with low-level Twink characters, then there's definitely opportunities there. You're, like, farming them up, farming the gems up. I mean, you just got to look at prospecting something. Whichever's cheapest. I would imagine you'll probably find Fel Iron or Adamantite ore pretty cheap at some points in the week. You can buy up a bunch of that, prospect it with your Jewel Crafter, and you'll have more gems than you know what to do with. Farming Sunwell, though? Oh, I suppose if it's the epic ones that you want, if it's the epic gems that you need, you might, yeah, you might actually need to do some of the past raids and stuff to get them. Did I miss the weekly wrap-up? No, I'm just finishing off posting my auctions, and then we'll get on to that. Now, I know I'm a day late, but I'm a day late for everything at the moment, because I took a slightly extended break for the weekend. $69,000 gold. Giggity. Right, we're pretty much there, though. Really could do with doing a restock, considering I'm now on nearly 4,500 Corthite crystals. That's quite a lot. That's quite a lot. That's over 100 legendaries. Okay. Do I need to craft anywhere near 100 legendaries? I probably don't, you know. Even if I was to restock on rank 4s, I don't think I need 100 legendaries. No, I'm still pretty stocked on everything over here, actually. Right. Well, everything's up on the auction house all the same. That's good to go. Let's relist these materials over on the NA, and then we can look at the Wowhead report. Auctions, go. Wow, this scan is slow. Why is this scan so slow? Have we got some serious latency issues with the NA realms? No, not at all. It's just being slow. It's relatively slow and steady progress so far over on the NA. We keep sort of getting close to about 50,000 gold over here and then spending a bunch of it. So our gold graph is going a little bit up and down like a yo-yo. But at the same time, you can see our gold graph is kind of going up and down. You can see these big dips when we do when we go out and buy some stuff to flip it and to reinvest, but you can kind of see the trend is kind of still going up in a similar direction. Every time we buy a bunch of stuff, it's not too long before we've resold enough to get back to where we were before. We're stepping up slowly and surely. In terms of flips, really enjoyed that Let's Play you put out on YouTube. Yeah, that was quite that was quite fun. I enjoyed doing that. The problem is that those are. I'm now at the point where I'm not spending all that much time out in the real world, so an actual Let's Play is a little bit more difficult. But either way, let's take a look at the ledger though, because whilst our dashboard, our liquid gold is not really, arguably not really going anywhere. What is going somewhere is our sort of account worth, our value in total. So if we take into consideration the amount of gold that we have in our bags, which is just under 40k right now, which is not far off kind of the peaks to where we've been before. But at the same time, we also have, there's 60,000 gold worth of stuff on the auction house. All of this is just low-level materials for the most part. There's a couple of transmoggy sort of items in here, but not a lot. So the numbers are relatively accurate. And it's our inventory value that is going up, though. That's the cool thing. If we look at the ledger, we look at inventory based on the DB market price, so this realm's prices, we've got 160,000 gold worth of stuff. So our gold value is going up. It's slow and steady, but it is going up. And it's mainly since that we don't really have a huge amount to be reinvesting in, because the gold only trickles back through to us at the moment. But we're getting places slowly. Once we get to 60, we'll really start to power forward. I would imagine that we can start looking at current content stuff, which on a realm of this size will have just ridiculous turnover. If we focus on turnover and just try and sell, we'll go from a couple of 100,000 gold to 1 million relatively quickly, I think. But we'll see. We're getting there. We're getting there. But I'm going to go grab myself a quick drink, take a quick break for 2 minutes, and when we get back, we'll take a look at the Wowhead Weekly Economy Report. Now, I know I'm a day late on this, but I still think I had a flick through this myself, and I still think there's some good topics of conversation in this. So I want to go over it all the same. And of course, I like to put this out on the YouTube channel as well for those that don't get the ability to watch the streams, because I know I stream at a very awkward hour. But I'm going to take a break for 2 minutes, boys and girls. You occupy yourselves, or maybe go grab yourself a drink, or take a bathroom break, or do some star jumps for a minute or two. I'm going to run a minute or two of ads just to keep the pre-rolls at bay. If you wish to avoid the ads, the easy thing to do is hit that sub button. You never know, you might have a prime sub kicking about. I'd be more than happy to take it off your hands. But I'll be back in 2 minutes, boys and girls. Streamer concerned for my physical health. Hey, if you don't look after your health, who's going to watch my stream? Welcome in, Haley. Good to see you. Good morning, good morning. Right then, boys and girls. Let's take a little look at the Wowhead economy report. So, for those new around here, in fact, hang on. Before we do, let's do a quick system, advanced, background, FPS off. Mute the sound effects there. What's going on here? We can get rid of this dude. Get rid of that for now. For those that are first-time viewers, I usually go through this in a fashion to where I can just snip the part of the stream out, throw it up on the YouTube channel so that everybody can get an opportunity to keep up with what's going on with the economy in WoW. It does mean that I don't turn off my focus of the chat, but I will maybe not be quite as responsive when it comes to chat messages as live, but we'll go through a bit of a Q&A section at the end of the video. We might even look at the comments, who knows. Voice change activated. I don't do it deliberately. It's just it's all an illusion. It's all an illusion. It's not real. Comments are boring. Alright, well, we'll see. We'll see. Okay, let's we can probably make this a bit bigger, can't we? There we go. Maybe not too big. But yes, so we will do comments and we will do X, Y, and Z, but we'll look at those towards the end of the video. So let's get this on. How are we doing there, boys and girls? Manthis here, and welcome back to another episode of the Wowhead Economy Weekly Wrap-Up. This is going to be episode 194. First thing we do every time is we give a big shout out to Samadan, who takes the time and the effort to put this little report together. It goes up on the Wowhead blog every Sunday. Now, I apologise, I'm a day late to this week as I took a slightly extended break as it was my birthday weekend this weekend. But we're back at it. We're going to go through, we're going to catch up with what's going on and hopefully, you know, offer my 2 cents on what we might be able to do going forward. So let's take a look at the table of contents. This week we have some new starter armor in patch 9.1.5 and a potential gold making opportunity that lies with it. We have the results from flipping 1 million cards. These, I believe, are the Card of Omens, which were from the garrisons back in WoD. You could make these Card of Omens and you could flip them, and there was the opportunity of turning them into some big, juicy gold cards. I think the maximum was a 6,000 gold card, which is, you know, kind of a cool thing. It's a bit gambly, but if you do your prices on the things, you'll there's opportunities here. There's also Alchemy Crafters Marks has hit the attention of many. We'll talk about that in a little bit more detail. There's the token price, which I actually tweeted out just yesterday, that the token price over on the EU is hit 300,000 gold now. We are seeing some ridiculous prices, and just how high do we think it will go? And then, of course, there is some further reading for those of you that want to sort of catch up and dive in a little bit deeper. So, first topic of conversation is the new starter armor in patch 9.1.5. One of the recent updates is the change to the starter armor, giving a high resolution upgrade. What does this mean for the original and often class and race specific items? Well, they're going to disappear for good, and if this is the case, there may be an opportunity to sell these items in the future to players missing the old aesthetic. Many of these items are not transmoggable either, so you will need the actual item. Kraken Latte's put together a video going through how to pick all of them up. But this is an interesting one, right? This is an indication that there is going to be a huge amount of appearance-based armor that is just disappearing out of the game. We know that people love their transmog. We are very, very aware that people will spend large amounts of time hunting down their transmog collections. There are specific RP realms out there that focus very heavily on the appearance of their characters. And so transmog is a big part of the game to many people. And if they are going to be removing arguably huge amounts of appearances, now I'm sure the smart people out there will probably do some cross-checking and see if these original appearances are actually duplicated on any other items. So I would imagine not every single piece is unique, meaning you can probably get it from another source somewhere other in the game. But check out Kraken Latte's video. The videos are usually pretty good. They're going to go through all the ins and outs. I must admit, I've not seen this one myself personally, but for Samadan to have put it in the blog, it must be at least somewhat reasonable. So make sure you go check out Kraken Latte's video, give it a like, throw them a sub, as you know, us YouTubers do appreciate that sort of stuff. Samadan's put some suggestions to collect a bunch of them just in case and store them for a few months. If it looks like they're going to be unobtainable after this point, then they might be a nice little earner in the future. And if you know of anybody who wants to buy my 1,000 solid shot I still have in the bank, let me know. Yeah, this is a good indication. And although Samadan, I think, put this in as a bit of a meme, it does go to show that just because something gets removed from the game doesn't necessarily mean that it will go up in value, because, you know, if nobody cares about it in the first place, then it doesn't matter. Somebody has pointed out that they're not transmogs, they are just the white items. This is true, but of course, if you can obtain the same appearance from another piece of gear that is transmogable, then, you know, you just do that as an alternative. Yes, the white items aren't transmogable. You do actually need to equip them. So it's like it's an homage to the very, very old days when people tried to put together transmog sets before transmog was actually a thing, where you actually had to wear the items to get the appearance from them. But the point still stands. People chase after the appearances quite heavily nowadays. I would say the customization of your character is a high priority to many people. So, you know, if these things are going away, there could be an opportunity there, but it's very speculative. Do as you please with that information. Next on our topic of conversation for today is Drizzling Rose has been at it again, flipping outrageous numbers of cards, right? So Drizzling Rose is mostly known for the Garrison Goal-Making Guide, and it's proof that you don't necessarily need TSM to make huge amounts of gold, and has reached a statistical milestone of flipping 1 million Card of Omens. One thing that I don't think is highlighted here is just how much time it would actually take you to flip 1 million of these cards. Because you have to flip each one individually. Sure, you can probably macro them to get put a macro and assign it to a scroll wheel or something to do it relatively quickly. But even the crafting of the cards, crafting 1 million anything has to take a long, long time. But there's some really interesting things to see here for it. Right, so for those that are less educated, the Card of Omens is an inscription craft that was introduced in Warlords of Draenor. You could make, I can't remember the exact process, but you basically use your inscription hut or your scribe's hut in your garrison, and there's a daily cooldown that allows you to create a bunch of these Cards of Omens. Now, when you flip them, it's a random chance of what value that card will be in terms of gold, and the gold you get is just when you vendor those eventual cards. I think you create what are called blood cards. And now you can see there's the different gold values. So they start at like 1 copper, and by no surprise to anybody, the 1 copper ones are the highest % chance of acquiring those, and they slowly step up in gold value and at the same time decrease in chance for you to get them, all the way to an eventual 6,000 gold in a single card that you would acquire when you then sell it to a vendor. So, back in the day, and obviously even to this day still, there are lots of people that have their Warlords of Draenor garrisons up and running and probably have scribe huts up and running for the purpose of making these cards. If you go check your auction house right now, I wouldn't be surprised if you find tens of thousands of these cards being listed on the auction house. But now, with 1 million cards being flipped, we can say with pretty strong amount of certainty to what the average value of each card is, of which works out to be 4.6 gold. So what's the gold making opportunity here with this? Well, if you are firstly crafting these cards yourself and you're trying to sell them on the auction house, you should probably be selling them for more than 4.6 gold each. Why? Because people love to gamble, right? People could, in theory, there is the chance that somebody could buy one card for like 5 gold off you, flip it, and it flip into a 6,000 gold card. It's the nature of gambling, right? If people think there's a chance to, hit the jackpot, they will give it a go. What you probably shouldn't be doing is selling your Card of Omens for much less than 4.6 gold, because at that point you should maybe just flip them yourself. You could argue like anything though, the time it takes for you to flip them yourself, it may or may not be worth it to you depending on how much they sell for. But put it this way, if you see them on your auction house for much less than 4.6 gold, if you flip enough of them, you'll turn a profit. But the point is that you will need to flip enough of them. The likelihood is that you'll probably have to spend a lot more initially before you start seeing big returns on this. I'm not going to teach you how to gamble correctly. Gambling is still gambling, be aware of that. But now that we know that, if you turn enough of these cards over, there is the probability of making some gold, and we know a baseline value for each card, there are opportunities there for those that are smart goblins. I think that with that many cards, it's pretty solid in terms of statistical data. Not to mention, this is nearly a Brutosaur in value just from the cards. Once again, nicely done, Drizzling Rose, and thank you for sharing the data. Yeah, that is true. So, like 1 million cards results in nearly 5 million gold in value. Now, of course, you have to remember that Drizzling Rose has, I believe, 50. Somebody will correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I think she has 50 garrisons up and running, probably churning out these cards. And it did take from December in 2019 to September in 2021 to achieve this. So, I mean, if you break it down on a day-by-day basis, if you break it down on a month-by-month basis, it's not a lot. In the grand scale of things, it's not a lot. But it just shows when you do anything at scale, the numbers can explode pretty impressively. So big shout out to Drizzling Rose. Make sure you go follow her on Twitter. She's pretty active over there. This is some good data for sure. Next on our topic of conversation though is the Alchemy Crafters marks. Now the credit has been given to the Lazy Goldmaker on this, as he started shouting about it on Twitter. But this originally came, the first time I saw of this, somebody posted on the Wowhead, the WoW Economy subreddit, and somebody was just basically running their mouth about the fact that they were making a killing, making their crafters marks with alchemy, and basically bragging about how much gold they'd made, and bragging about the fact that they'd crashed the market prices to annoy other goblins. And of course, it caused a riot in the subreddit for a day or two. It was quite a funny read. Maybe I'll leave a link to that in the description down below. But this caught the eye of Lazy Goldmaker, who started tweeting about just saying, well, this is actually pretty powerful. Apparently, the Alchemy Crafters marks are now extremely cheap. So with anybody with the willpower to grind an extra few characters through Korthia with full alchemy coverage can make out like a bandit. Or if you happen to have alchemy combined with any other crafting profession, you can cut your prices to a point to where everybody who just does not have alchemy will be unable to compete with you. I'm going to use this opportunity to highlight my Shadowlands cheat sheet real quickly. And if I select the right sheet, let's just change this to the optional reagents for 9.1. This cheat sheet for reference is available through my Discord, so use the link in the description down below. The cheat sheet is, or the most recent version of the cheat sheet is always pinned up on Discord. But the optional reagents, you put in your realm's prices, and you can see what comes out to be the cost. In both cases now, for both Crafters Mark 3 and Crafters Mark 4, it usually turns out that alchemy is considerably cheaper. Very considerably cheaper as well. I mean, in terms of Crafters Mark 3, it's a lot closer. But for the item level 230, the Crafters Mark... Well, it's not called Crafters Mark 4, is it? Crafters Mark of the Chained Isle, to give it its full name. You can potentially save somewhere in the region of about 700 gold in crafting cost. Just by, utilizing alchemy. If you can get that alchemy up and running on the same character that also has dual crafting, blacksmithing, leatherworking, or tailoring, you can make your crafter's marks considerably cheaper and in turn be able to price your crafted items considerably less than what other people are able to do. Everybody has their minimum price, and their minimum price is, by no surprise to anybody, there or thereabouts what it costs them to craft. If you're able to undercut even further than that and still turn a profit, you put yourself in a very, very comfortable position to basically corner the market, right? The only other people that are going to be able to compete with you are other alchemists. So with them being fewer and further between than maybe your tailors, your leatherworkers, your blacksmiths, or your jewel crafters, this is a really good way to try and corner what is still a very profitable market. But don't be too aggressive, right? The likelihood is that if you're too aggressive on price, you'll just annoy people on your realm, and there's no need to go out of your way to annoy people. But consider it an option. In my opinion, it's just smart goblin work, really. If you focus on getting your materials for less than everybody else gets their materials for, you win. It's quite simple. But consider it. Go check the numbers yourself. Go have a look and see what the options are. If, of course, you're in the Crafters Mark 3 or the Crafters Mark 4 markets, they're still nicely profitable on most realms. So give it a little bit of a look. There's some interesting stuff to be had if you happen to get alchemy on one of those characters as well. Samadan's put a little bit of a table together indicating what the crafting price is of a Crafters Mark 3 on, I believe, what is his home realm of Shadowsong EU. And you can see very quickly that alchemy is quite considerably cheaper. So if you're crafting blacksmith gear, if you're crafting leatherworking gear, or if you're even crafting tailoring gear, I mean, over 1,000 gold difference between crafting the same item with tailoring as to what it would be with alchemy. That's crazy difference. If you can sell things for 1,000 gold less and still make a profit, tailors have got no chance to compete with that. And you will very quickly corner the market and probably make a ton of gold at the same time. Cool little spot there. Very, very cool to see. Now an interesting one. The token price. Oh my days. The token price is doing ridiculous things. A subject that is often of speculation and one that's very important to gold making is the price of the token. Of course, many people play this game and make or choose to try and make gold in this game for one simple reason, that they would like to be able to buy WoW tokens to either turn into Blizzard balance to maybe fund their adventures in other Blizzard games, or for the most part turn it into game time so that they don't have to take their credit card out to play World of Warcraft. So the token price is quite a good thing to keep your eyes on, and we've now hit in the EU at least, we've hit over 300,000 gold for the WoW token, and it is very close to 200,000 gold on the NA, which is record highs. Not all-time record highs, it was slightly higher back in Legion, but it's ridiculously high. Somebody posted that the token price of 300,000 gold is now the price on the EU. it seems that WoW is in very much a downturn, an exodus of players, and this is going to keep the token price high. Yeah, token prices are not going to go down until there's some significant new content, because the main factor of driving down the token price is more and more people buying the token price with real money. But if you don't need gold in the game right now because there's not any, there's not any new content kicking about, then people don't need gold, and in turn they don't buy tokens with real money, meaning eventually the token price just keeps steadily going up. This person has quoted a long time past gold maker, in fact, even though he basically plays Hearthstone for a career nowadays. But Kriparian used to be really quite good at making gold in World of Warcraft. Some of you may or may not be aware of that, but he once said that you need a lot of casuals to make a good MMO. And this is based on the theory that it's the casual player base to the game that keep things afloat, keep things ticking over. Min-maxers will always do their min-maxing, and you could say that Mythic Raiders min-max the raid, where Gold Goblins min-max the gold making and the economy, and it's the casuals that just keep things ticking over, right? The Gold Goblins out there are usually going to be the ones that, like is said here, ends up sitting on a lot of gold, maybe not necessarily spending it on too much, but it's the casuals that just keep things flowing. And without that large sort of foundation of players, you just leave everything in the hands of the 1%. The token price is only going to go up because of this. Also want to note that inflation, whilst not craziest in Warlords of Draenor or Legion, is still going strong. A lot of gold is being generated, and this will also keep the price up. I'm in two minds about whether there is just that much inflation currently. I don't think there's quite as much inflation as people believe there is, because I would imagine the average player in Shadowlands feels relatively poor. Gold makers, and if you're watching this video now or you're reading this report for yourself, you've probably got a much higher interest in gold making than the average player does. I would imagine that with legendaries alone, legendaries have been a huge expense to the average player of this game. Having a high rank legendary is almost mandatory, and the cost implication of having that just one item is really, really quite expensive. So much so that people have been incentivized to buy a token with real money just to be able to afford their legendary in many cases. This is something that's not really been a situation before. In past expansions, if you wanted to spend a lot of gold, there was always things that you could buy, but none of them were like mandatory to be able to play the game. And now I'm not saying legendaries are mandatory, but they're a lot more so than that shiny new mount ever was in the past expansion, or that best in slot BOE item. You could always get away with not having that best in slot BOE item if you really wanted to, but if you turn up to a raid without a legendary on, then the other 19 players in your raid are going to look at you funny. Let's look at some data though. Let's back this up with a little bit of data. So we can see here that we have both the EU token price in red and the US token price in blue. And we can see since the Shadowlands release, we took a big dip in token price with Shadowlands release for the reasons that we mentioned before, right? People are incentivized to... There's lots of shiny new things for you to spend your gold on at an expansion release. There's new pets, there's new mounts, there's no new gear, there's loads of new stuff. Many, many reasons for people to spend gold in the game, and in turn incentivized to buy tokens to be able to afford all of that. So the token price will usually dip pretty heavily at the start of an expansion, but as less and less people are incentivized to buy all of those shiny things, or they've already bought those shiny things, the price starts to, rise a little bit. And with any new piece of content, the price will usually dip a little bit. But of course, it's never going to dip quite as hard or quite as far as an expansion release. And as you can see, very quickly this time, we've resulted in prices very similar to what they were just before the release of patch 9.1. Now, we're only halfway through the 9.1 patch. 9.1.5 is still on the PTR. We don't have it in our hands yet. We have no idea how long it's going to be until patch 9.2 releases. So if this trend is to continue, it would not surprise me if we're at, 350, 400,000 gold by the time that patch 9.2 comes out. Which would in turn, historically, be a greater value than even what it was back in Legion. If we look at the next graph here, we can see, historically, most people consider Legion to have had the highest token price, which, in fairness, it did. It peaked at over 350,000 gold in Legion, and then crashed pretty heavily at the start of BFA. We are arguably only halfway through the expansion as it currently stands, and we're already right on the heels of 350,000 gold for a token. I think we could see some ridiculous things. I'm expecting it to hit 450k before patch 9.2. That would not surprise me either. I think we're going to get some historically outrageous numbers for the token prices. Isn't the cap 350? There isn't a cap. There isn't a cap. This is the point. Blizzard does have some influence on the token price, but there's realistically, it can just go. It can go. So we're going to see some interesting things in the upcoming future. So keep your eyes on it. If you're trying to play this game using the tokens to get your game time, though, be aware that especially if you're farming your gold, you're going to have to dedicate a lot of time to acquiring that gold, and it's not going to get you as far as it once did. At 300,000 gold for a single token, that's 10k a day that you need to be generating. If you take a day off playing World of Warcraft, that means you need to come back and make 20k when you come back. It's a steep requirement to play this game for free right now. Yeah, I can only leave you with that, really. Maybe we'll put some content together looking at ways that you can achieve these magical numbers to continue playing this game for free, if that's your end goal. Pringles has left a comment on this saying, what gets the token price up is going to be things like a content drought and people converting their gold into Blizzard balance to buy other games or services on sale. And then what gets the token down in price is, well, people buying the token. This is also going to have a knock-on effect when we have Diablo launched at the end of this month. We have Call of Duty being launched very soon as well. There is a bunch of games on the horizon which may in turn cause people to cash out their Blizzard gold into tokens, turn it into Blizzard balance to help fund those other games, which weirdly will only push the token value up even higher. So we'll have to see. Right now, there's a lot less players and no real reason to buy gold in WoW. No new content coming anytime soon. We'll keep it rising, and with a bigger WoW service sale or Battle.net game, you could see even bigger growth. 9.1.5 is certainly different from other 0.5s as of right now. It's well received from the announcements and some big changes that were asked for, but it's not a big content patch that is going to bring people back. Yes, 9.1.5 is a quality of life patch. It's not a content patch. It is unlikely to bring players back to the game if they've already off to do other things. It won't be until, in my eyes at least, it won't be until patch 9.2 before we see that spike of players come back again. Meaning that, yes, it may rise even further, hopefully with no more big spikes from other game purchases. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. We need some more incentives for people to spend gold, some big juicy things. Something like the Brutosaur maybe contributed to the massive drop in price at the start of BFA. The Brutosaur being 5 million gold was a big incentive for people to stockpile their gold and then dump it in one go. There's some suggestions of what could be new gold sinks. A Brutosaur with a caravan on the back, maybe. Maybe you can take, you can add it to your Brutosaur and I don't know, maybe bring a banker along with you, maybe some other vendors, maybe you can put your entire Mythic Plus team in the back. Who knows? This is quite a cool concept. I like this. A mailbox at the very least would be lovely to have on a mount. Maybe a multi-person space boat. Drizzling Rose has put together what a space boat could look like. This could be quite cool. A multi-person mount. I think there's a big calling for a multi-person mount, and I think people would probably be willing to drop a lot of gold on these if it turned up. But let's be fair, the Brutasaur was 5 million gold, but it was because it was really cool. It was a unique model back then. Not only was it a unique model, it also had an auction house on the back of it. That's one of the most valuable things in many players' eyes. So Blizzard hit the nail on the head with that. If they do make something like this, it's going to have to be super special for people to want to spend their hard-earned gold on it. But yes, if you have any suggestions for a big gold sink, let us know. At this rate, though, the prices are looking to go higher and higher until there's a reason to get a lot of gold quickly. That is true. Indeed, very, very true. But there we go, boys and girls. There was this week's Wowhead Economy Weekly Wrap-Up. This was episode 194. If you want to do some further reading, you can check out the WoW Economy subreddit, or in turn, they have their Discord server. And of course, once again, big shout out to Samadan, who puts this little report together for us, which gets published up on the Wowhead blog. But I'll leave it there for today, boys and girls. If you like this video, remember to hit the like button, subscribe if you're new around here, and I'll catch you guys next time. Peace. And there's the YouTube video. Oh, I need a drink after that. I've gone 4 days without talking a lot. My voice is not used to it. Your voice barely changed. I'm disappointed. Sorry. Let's see. Maybe it's the new mic. Maybe it's the new microphone. Maybe my voice never changed. It was all an illusion. Who knows? Do we dare read the comments? A 10-person mount would be nice. I always wish that the Orgrimmar Interceptor would hold more people. We need better gold sinks because the 9.1 Legos obviously didn't hit the mark. See, this is the thing, right? People bought the Legos because they needed to buy the Legos. They didn't buy the Legos because they really wanted to buy the Legos. People bought the Brutasaur because they really wanted the Brutasaur. That it was nothing more than just, I mean, it was a cool thing to have. Your legendaries nowadays are not a cool thing to have. If you wish to compete at a high level, not even a high level, if you just want to be competitive in this game, it was basically mandatory for you to have a good legendary. So people were somewhat forced into buying them whether they wanted them or not. So I would say that 9.1 or legendaries in general have done great stuff for removing gold from the game, because 5% of every single base legendary that's ever been sold, just poof, out the game. Huge gold sink. But all it's ended up doing is it's made the rich people considerably richer with no incentive for them to spend the gold. This is the problem. This is why I don't think that the game is actually in a huge inflationary point. I think the problem is that all of the money that sits in that casual player base, like we were talking about earlier, how you need that foundation of casual players to keep the economies floating nicely. All of the gold from that sort of foundation of casual players is just been sucked dry, and all that's happened is it's gone into the pockets of a few very, very wealthy goblins now. And the big problem is those goblins have nothing to spend their gold on. There's nothing for the big people who are hoarding all the gold. There's nothing for them. There's no gold sinks for them. In the past, the Brutasaur was the gold sink for them. People would hoard up 5 million gold, and then they'd give it all to a vendor, and poof, it's out of the game, it's gone. But now, everybody that's crafting legendaries, everybody that's making millions and millions of gold every month on crafting and selling legendaries and getting very, very rich, has got nothing to spend it on. That's the big problem, I think. And so I don't think the game is actually seeing a huge amount of inflation. Not anywhere near as much as people believe it to be so. Because the average player probably has less gold currently than what they ever used to. If you compare it to Legion, or you compare it to Warlords of Draenor, when it was that casual player base that was absolutely farming mission tables, they were the ones, it was the casual player base that were getting rich. They were getting like absolutely bonkers level rich, and that is what causes inflation. Have all of the gold being in the hands of 5 people on your realm is not causing inflation. It's actually the opposite effect. Boosts is pretty much all you can spend your gold on right now, and that just inflates the problem. Callings do cause inflation, but callings are not injecting any more gold into the game than gold is leaving the game, right? There was some data put out not too long ago indicating that somewhere in the region of about 800 million gold a day leaves the game through the auction house. Now, you would need to have something like, I can't remember what the maths is, but something along the lines of 500,000 callings done every single day to counter that. I really don't think the callings are adding that much gold to the game at all. Because let's not forget, in the past, whilst callings look relatively attractive now, let's not forget previously, people were bashing out Paragon boxes like crazy, right? Sure, you weren't getting a Paragon box every day, but 10,000 reputation to get a Paragon box, and that Paragon box giving 3,500 gold. Towards the end of the expansion, when everybody is exalted, those Paragon boxes were just ching, 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 ching. Callings probably balance out to be somewhere equal to that. I'm not a believer that the callings are really adding to inflation. They do, technically, yes. They cause inflation, but as long as that gold that is created is countered somewhere else, the economy doesn't inflate. It was also a lot easier to click 2 buttons and send out a 5k gold mission than it was to spend the time doing a calling. Yeah, that's kind of my point, right? That it was that casual player base was the ones that were getting very rich. Now in Shadowlands, the casual player base is not getting very rich. The casual player base is actually considerably poorer than what they ever were, because they're heavily incentivized to spend the gold. Not on stuff that they want to buy, but on stuff that they need to buy. And that's the problem. Everybody that wanted the Brutasaur acquired the gold to get the Brutasaur and then gave 5 million gold to a vendor. Now, everybody is farming gold to be able to pay for their legendaries, and they're actually giving that gold to another goblin. So that gold is not leaving the game. That gold is going into the pockets of another goblin who is just sat on that gold right now. That gold hasn't left the game like what it was previously. And unless there's an incentive for the very, very rich goblins to spend their gold, they're just going to sit on it. They're just going to sit on it for a while. And what that means is that those goblins who have all of the gold have considerably more buying power than the average player. Which in turn means that they will be willing to spend more on all of the items that they buy on the auction house, taking them out of the reach of the rest of the player base. So yeah, the problem is a little bit deeper than just saying, oh, there's loads of inflation, that's why the token price is high. because I genuinely don't think that that's the case. I don't think there's any more gold in the game than there ever was. I just think it's distributed in a considerably different fashion to how it used to be. It used to be that the casual player base had all of the gold and, you know, were able to bang out missions on multiple characters and all of that sort of stuff. Whereas now the average player probably has less than a token's worth of gold. That's not indicative of there being a great amount of inflation. May just be anecdotal, but I see a lot of people doing callings whenever I'm doing them myself. People are. Sure. I mean, sure, people are. People are doing them because there's not a huge bunch else to be doing them. And people are still collecting stuff from them, right? They're still gaining reputation by doing their world quests. They're still farming those Paragon boxes for those extra toys and mounts and stuff. There's still incentive for people to be doing them, but do them for rep mainly? Yeah. If flying cost was a thing that is a gold sink, but now we don't even have that anymore. That's true. Yeah, flying used to be a bit of a gold sink, but in the last couple of expansions at least, we've basically been given that for free. The Pathfinder achievement, for example, was a bit gross for people to do, but it wasn't really an actual... There wasn't an expense for them. Somebody with 10 fully upgraded garrisons, I can confirm how tedious card flipping is based on my 10 to 12k card flips every single week. Never doing that again. Yeah, I can imagine that flipping them yourself can get a little bit tedious, but they complain when they have to do a Pathfinder. Imagine if they had to pay gold for it. Yeah, true. Anyway, what else we got here in comment land? Oh man, I really enjoy having to buy a WoW token when I want to craft a new legendary. Well, there we go. I mean, how much more clarification do you need than somebody physically coming out and saying that that's the case? Now, there's no proof that this dude actually does that, but the fact that his thought process is such that, you know, if he wants that new legendary, he's going to have to put his hand in his back pocket and pay for it with real money. That just goes to prove, right? People are incentivized to buy the legendaries almost against their will. They're not happy about doing it. There are people, believe it or not, that bought tokens to pay for their longboy. Just think how many tokens they would have needed to have bought with real money to get 5 million gold to buy the Brutosaur. It was crazy numbers. It was literally like in the thousands, probably. There's no incentive for people to be doing that at the moment. 500 to 600 euros. Yeah, it was a lot. Huge amount. Had 13 garrisons active during BFA. Can't be asked with any market from WoD anymore. No, sometimes you just get, you know, you grow old for things. I grew old of Warlords of Draenor garrisons a long time ago. Mainly because I don't have them scaled up. If you're doing it on 1 or 2 characters, it's just not worth doing it. You need to be doing it on 10, 20 characters to really, for it to kick in. For you to see any significant return from it. I know somebody who bought the Brutosaur on his credit card. He's still paying it off. Yeah, well, there we go. Proof is in there. Yeah. Diablo 2 Resurrected is going to release soon, so you better buy yourself a token now before the price gets another big bump in 2 weeks' time. Well, we've got Call of Duty comes out on Thursday, right? Is COD this Thursday? The new Vanguard. Call of Duty Vanguard comes out this week. Now, I know there's probably not a huge crossover between Warlords of Gold Making. There's probably not a huge crossover between WoW and Call of Duty, but it's definitely true to say that there's enough people that would quite like to play the new COD, but would also quite like to play it without having to buy it. And if they can turn their gold into tokens, and in turn turn it into Blizzard balance to buy it, then they might do. Current EU token price 303,000 gold. US token price 195,000 gold. Well, there we go. It's above 300k even currently in the EU. And interestingly, at 304,000 gold, it's going up by about 1% a day. just consider that 1% price hike every day. You would expect for, I mean, the economy itself, a little bit of inflation is good, right? The prices of things generally going up a little bit tends to be good because it paints a positive picture that the economy is doing its thing. But if it goes up too far too quickly, that's equally not very good. Now, I'm not saying that the token price is directly related to the inflation in game. I hope I've explained myself well enough to get my point across on that, but I know people use the token price as a way to gauge inflation, even though it's not actually perfectly correlated. You think now is a good time to invest in the legendary reagents before next patch? Usually I have strong opinions on these sorts of things. At the moment, though, I don't. Is the God's honest truth. At the moment, I don't, because yes, we're getting so many like nice quality of life things in 9.1.5, but there's not a drop of content. At least in 9.0.5, we got Valor points, which I don't think was a huge incentive to bring players back, but what it was a huge incentive for was people to go back and start playing Mythic Plus again. There's not even really anything like that in 9.1.5. It's purely quality of life stuff. There's the Legion Time Walking. Legion Time Walking, yes, but that is 2 weeks of stuff, and it's not actually coming out exactly when 9.1.5 launches by all indication. That sounds strange, Legion content in Shadowlands. But there's already the memes floating around the internet of that, you know, how long is it going to be before Blizzard announces the next expansion? World of Warcraft Legion 2. Because they're literally, I mean, the Mage Tower is another thing that's heavily rumored to be remaking an appearance. All of these transmog sets seem to indicate that the Mage Tower might become a thing again. They're just turning Legion back on again, slowly but surely, because everybody that still plays the game has probably been playing the game for long enough to remember playing Legion and holds it in very high regard compared to the shit show of BFA and the rocky patch that we're going through currently in Shadowlands. If they bring back the Mage Tower, I can see some people coming back for that. You're right, that might bring people back. That might. Thinking about the repeatable Torghast runs people are going to do for their rank 6 Legos. Oh, well, yeah, simple maths tells you that, yes, base legendaries for sure, and in turn then the materials that go into making those base legendaries will see a spike in demand, because somebody can wake up in the morning, they can decide that, right, they want X, Y, or Z rank 6 legendary and they want it today. They can go out, they can farm Torghast until their eyes bleed, and eventually they'll have the Soul Cinders / Soul Ash that is needed to be able to create that legendary. There'll be no time investment on people getting their legendaries anymore. The only barrier to entry will be people's own personal effort and them having enough gold to buy the legendary. So yes, it's very, very true to say that there will be a spike in demand, but the problem is I don't know if there's just enough players kicking about that are going to actually want to engage in that. Because the current player base probably has already done it. If they wanted to, they've probably already done it. They need to do 2 Torghast runs a week to keep somewhat up to date with the Soul Cinders. And if they want their 2nd or 3rd legendary, by now they probably can have it already. Yeah, like I said, usually I have strong opinions on these things. Maybe my opinions will, you know, firm up a little bit with a couple of extra weeks of PTR stuff, but at the moment, I don't think 9.1.5 is really going to bring anybody back. 25% through to my 4th legendary. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Drizzling Rose, known for her gold making guide and proof that you don't need TSM to make gold, has reached a massive statistical milestone of flipping 1 million cards. Lol at this, you definitely don't need TSM to make gold. I know who this guy is. This guy is frequently hella salty because he doesn't know how to use TSM. Yet he watches every one of my TSM videos and then complains about every single one of them. And it is true, you don't need TSM to make gold. But that's like saying you don't need a car to get places. Sure, you can walk, but I'd rather take a car. 10-person mount would be nice. Always wish the Ogremite Interceptor would hold more. I've thought about this. But have the current ships the Alliance and the Horde have, like the ones that transport you between places, also with a vendor of some sort. Yeah, that would be cool. There's plenty of there's plenty of good opportunities for mounts. You don't need weak auras to raid. Yeah, exactly. It's such a Dumbo argument. Put the Brutosaur back on the back on sale on the vendor. Oh, how about that? How about that? Maybe they put the Brutosaur back in the game. What do you think that would do? How many goblins out? How many people do you think are sat out there right now that have tens of millions of gold, nothing to really spend it on, and still don't have the Brutosaur but would buy it given the opportunity? I can put my hand up for that one because at this moment in time, the only way that people are going to get the Brutosaur is by camping the fuck out of it on the black market auction house, which not only means that you need 10 million gold to be able to do that, but you also then you're just waiting, right? Add a Bruto reskin. Yeah. If they were to put the Brutosaur back in the game, you would on the very first day probably say goodbye to a couple of billion gold. I reckon there's that many players that would just piss 5 million gold on buying the Brutosaur almost instantly. Not to mention if Blizzard wanted to fix the token value, that would be a killer one, right? We're going to put the Brutosaur back on sale. 1 week only. Don't give people enough time to farm the gold if they don't have it. Incentivize the people that have the gold to spend it. And incentivize people to take their credit card out the pockets, because FOMO will kick in that if they don't get it, this is their last chance to get the Brutosaur. The rage of the people who paid double through the black market auction house, though? You mean the 4 people that have actually been able to do that? I don't think Blizzard. I don't think Blizzard. Like, if Blizzard want to sell $10 million worth of tokens in a week, they just need to put the Brutosaur back in the game. See, it's something so simple, right? But you know, you find the right carrot and make it polish it good, right? Polish that carrot until it's so shiny you can see your face in it. Put it on the end of that stick, and people will chase it all day long. Yeah, see, this is the problem. The Brutosaur's already on the black market auction house, but it appears so rarely. And even if it does appear, the likelihood is somebody will gold cap it within seconds. Literally within. There will almost always be somebody sat there ready and waiting to buy it. Unless you're on just some, some dead realm. Isn't it bugged, the Brutosaur? I think it is. What do you mean? What do you mean is it bugged? It hasn't appeared yet on the black market auction house. No, it does. I get notifications of when it appears on certain realms, and yeah, it definitely does. It's just super rare. It's just super rare. I, for one, don't know why they removed it. The repair mount, transmog mount are still available. Blizzard said, Blizzard were on record of saying that the Brutosaur was a mistake. Adding an auction house onto a mount, they said, was a mistake. Now, obviously, you can't always trust everything that comes out of Blizzard's mouth, but they seem to believe that it was actually a little bit too powerful. It heavily disincentivizes, is that the right word? Disincentivizes people to go back to the main capital cities. This is why in past expansions there haven't always been auction houses in the main cities, because they still want from a RPG element, they still want people to consider Stormwind and Orgrimmar to be the main cities in the game. And the fact that they have the auction houses and everything else in one place is what they wanted. People who picked up the Brutosaur, all they needed to do was find a random mailbox, and that was it. They were done. Like Oribos doesn't have an auction house. Dalaran has an auction house, but you need to be an engineer. Sorry, Oribos is the same. You can use the auction house, but you need to be an engineer to use it. There's that, the Blizzard tax on using it. That's kind of how they wanted it to be. And giving everybody a mount that just had an auction house, they thought it was too powerful. But if the game goes to shit, they might change their mind. It's proven that Blizzard will backtrack when they need to. Under the right circumstances, Blizzard will fold like a tower of cards. We've seen it in the past, like with flying, for example. There was a point, who remembers the fact that Blizzard at one point said they were not going to introduce flying, and the world went mad. The world went absolutely bonkers. And so guess what? They introduced Pathfinder and we got flying. If the player base shouts loud enough, we get it. It's hardly Blizzard tax when it requires one Shadowlands engineering. It's still a tax. If you... what if you don't have a profession slot? Then you're it's enough of an inconvenience for most people to still go back to Stormwind or Orgrimmar. That's kind of the point. And that's kind of why they do it. Hey, we've been selling some stuff, look. Large brilliant shards. Cool. 500 gold for a bunch of those. We sold 282 large brilliant shards for 500 gold. So that's what, like 2 gold a piece? We bought them for 1 gold. Yeah, gold is gold. Right, maybe then for the last hour or so of the stream, we might continue to do a little bit of leveling on this dude. This NA fella, we're getting to the point now where I think we need to be devoting a little bit more time. We need to get to 60 relatively quickly, I think, at this point. We're 51. We've got a little bit of rested experience. We are, if I remember right, we're about halfway through Bastion, I think. Where is it telling us to go? NA update video when? I've really struggled to know how to do them because I'm very cautious of just putting out a dog shit boring video of just like, here's the mailbox, this is what I made, because if the video isn't useful, the first video I did for this NA series was more of a little bit of a let's play, and it was realistically a stream highlights video, just, you know, advertised as a let's play. But for the most part, we've actually spent more time just chilling at the auction house, buying and flipping stuff, than I have out in the world playing things. And if I can't add some value to what it is that we're doing, I don't know. I struggle with stuff. Why have I got 12 FPS all of a sudden? What's going on? Can we buy some frames, please? What's going on? Why is the game deciding to run like a... Oh, well. Ah, it's horrible. What's going on? Is it? Something must be updating or doing something. Oh well, we'll wait. Give it a minute. Yeah, TSM updating or doing something could be a thing. It was fun to see you whipping kids and playing Bruto Matchmaker. Well, you see, it was actually new content to me. That's the thing. Doing the BFA storyline was actually new content to me. I'd never seen any of that before. So the playthrough of it, I actually quite enjoyed. But now I'm just in, you know, same old grind mode. I mean, who hasn't seen Bastion leveling, you know? I'm very aware that this is the least attractive stream content, or least attractive content, full stop. I don't like putting content out just for the sake of putting content out, you know? Because it's not content, it's just fluff. And I definitely need more than 14 FPS. I can't work out what potentially is going on. Bookkeeper, somebody doodah. This is... Have I got... Does it say TSM? Hang on, let me check my log. Is it saying that TSM's doing an update or something in here? Doesn't look like it. Yeah, this is terrible. Let's do a quick reload, see if a reload fixes it. If a reload doesn't fix it, we might restart the client. I should probably check my add-ons, actually. I've probably not updated my add-ons in about a week. Although am I dropping frames? No, I'm not dropping frames. My bit rate seems to be bouncing up and down a little bit. Oh, well, there we go. 60 FPS again. Ah, well, oh, no, hang on. Now it's still going doolally. What is it with my technical issues today? First, my alerts don't work. Now I seem to be having totally random frame drops. But that's a lie. They're not frame drops. My encoder's doing fine. Oh shit, this is the rare dude. I didn't even realise I was trying to pew a rare. Let's keep Pet alive. I don't think the rares are really worth killing, but... I rank 5 sales for me these days. I'll let you into a little secret. I'm not selling anything anywhere at the moment. I'm relisting my auctions once a day if I can either be bothered or if I can remember. my philosophy for the most part is make gold when there's lots of gold to be made. I'm very strong of the opinion there's not a lot of gold to be made right now. Which is also not helping my my incentive to sell or, you know, to do much of anything. But the if I was to take an educated guess, though, I'd say rank 5 sales are probably not doing too badly, you know. I know we consider them a bit of a meme because we look at, you know, the cost to make them versus the amount of time it takes you to gather the materials to make the thing. I'm talking about soul cinders in that regard. And we know that they're not really a valuable proposition right now, but they're cheap as all hell. Rank 5s and rank 6 legendaries are so cheap now, I don't think people really care. If they have to buy a rank 5 because they've only got the cinders to buy a rank 5, I think they buy a rank 5. People are just kind of happy that, you know, they're not 150,000 gold or legendary again. But that's just I can't back that up with data, unfortunately. That's just a guess. Call it an educated guess if you will, but it is still just a bit of a guess. Talking about YouTube, was watching yesterday a video of yours on mobile with the auto-generated subtitles. Pretty funny. Hello, my name is Mantis. Prey Mantis. Oh my god, my pet's dead. Yeah, auto-generated subtitles, probably not great. Stop inviting me to a group. Oh, got it. There we go. Another option I have, actually, if we want to just smash through a couple of levels without doing the questing, is we could actually just go gather up some Shadowlands materials. That's also definitely an option. Because we are a herbalist and miner on this character. The problem is it feels silly. It feels really silly to be doing it before we have flying. What's going on here? I can't remember this quest. Talk to some dude. Do a thing. Leveling druid with herbing mining on a new realm, so relaxing. Yeah, if you can do it with flying, it's just absolute easy mode. Not only is it easy mode, you've obviously got, you know, the luxury of making a bunch of gold while you do it. So, I mean, you can't lose. One day we will have those luxuries on this realm, but unfortunately the first time we do everything, we have to do it without, because we're in the eyes of the game, we're a scrub right now. Pure gathering's the only way I level now. It's probably not the worst idea, you know. Hang on. Let's make sure Mr. Pet doesn't die. Let's try and keep Gruffhorn alive today. I'm a terrible hunter. I let him die way too frequently. Oh, snap. Okay, there we go. Well, there's 8. 2 more. You got to do the campaign at least once anyway. Well, see, this is the thing, right? I'm in that mode where I have to be doing everything at least once. I can't take the shortcuts. Once we've done everything once, then we can take all the shortcuts forever and ever, for as long as we want to take shortcuts. But at the moment, we don't have that luxury. It's also more annoying knowing what's coming in patch 9.1.5. Which means I might get to 60 and then just do a bit of flipping until 9.1.5 lands. But no, it still won't make a difference. I still have to do everything once because it's the first character. None of these skips are going to have any benefit to me whatsoever because it's my first character. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I just have to do everything. Goddamn stupid game. Why did I choose to do this on NA Realms? Right, what are we doing here? This is going to get a bit spicy, you know. This is going to get very spicy. Very spicy considering my pet's dead. Can we piece out of this, please? Oh, my days, that was clutch. Now, the question is can we get back up without... Bingo. Beautiful. No skips for you. Come back in 1 month. Yeah, no skips for me at all. "12 level 60s is enough for me." I think 12 level 60s is enough for anybody. I think I worked it out the other day. I'm nearly at 10 level 60s. But obviously I've got mine split up a little bit all over the place. I've got 5, I want to say 5 on my main realm, 2 on Tauren Mill, so that's 7. 2 on Draenor, which I haven't done anything with. So that's 9. This dude will be number 10, yeah. Yeah, I think that's it's plenty for the time being. I mean, it's nearly pointless me having quite so many alts at the moment, considering I don't even play my main to its full potential. No, Gruffhound, don't die on me, please. I'm actually having to concentrate on playing a hunter. This is really weird. Can't wait to gear every class since I want every recolor coming. Oh dear, that's well, that's a challenge. I'm hoping this week we might get something a little bit more significant on the PTR, because we've kind of dabbled on the PTR the last couple of weeks, but in a weird way, there's not really, although the PTR's been up, there's not really a lot to be doing on there, because most, like we've already said, most of the changes in 9.1.5 are just, they're not gameplay elements. They're, you know, quality of life stuff. You know, oh, now you get this currency twice as fast, or, you know, nothing that's actually game break, which is why I don't think that 9.1.5 is going to have any effect on the actual player base. It's not going to bring people back, put it that way, because what would be bringing them back? Like Legion time walking, sure, maybe, but that will only happen when Legion time walking happens, and even then that's only a 2-week event. I can't imagine people are going to get that psyched about it. Unless there's something ridiculously game-breaking. They bring the Mage Tower back, maybe. Recycle some Legion content, maybe. I don't know. Who knows? Who knows? Ooh, some lace stripe. $2,000 experience for okay, yeah. Damn, we really should be out there gathering. How we doing, Woo? Welcome in. Good to see you. Oh, this guy got melted. Easy game. Hang on. Oh, there we go. Ooh. Oh, okay. Some of the 87 gear that we bought is now slowly getting upgraded. Well, it was worth it while it lasted. Barely made it halfway into 51 before we start replacing it, but hey ho. Now the question is when we hit 55, should we look at buying a set of 117 gear? It's an option. I'm not entirely sure it's going to be a great option, but it's an option. Do we think that we deserve a little power spike to 117, or will we even need it? Yeah, waste of money. I'm kind of the same opinion, especially on a hunter. If I was playing on a mage, yeah, I probably would need it, but... Still item level 50 on my level 60 druid. It's one way to do it, I suppose. On the first offering, I suppose. Let's pew a few more of these. We've almost completed the bonus objective. Leveled up my lock in 2 days, crafted 87 gear from him and replaced almost all of it within a few hours. You probably will, yeah. And a druid at level 60 with item level 50 screams of a gathering character. I think my druid did something very similar. Are people leveling warlocks now based on that new transmog set that's going to be a thing? 'Cause that warlock set is outrageous. I mean, I couldn't care less about transmog, but oh my days, that thing is crazy good. Red Batman? Yeah, who doesn't want to be Red Batman, you know? Batman's cool, but Red Batman? Super cool. I mean, not that I need any more things on my list of to-dos, but I'd consider leveling a warlock for that set. I've got my warlock's level 50. Just need to push him through Shadowlands. You know what? Actually, I don't think my warlock's even got any professions attached to it. So I could just do gathering. I could just level it through gathering. Oh no, I let Gruffhorn die. I'm a terrible human. I said I wasn't going to do that today. I lied. Which set? Sorry, I missed it. Let's see if I can find it. It is actually nuts. Does it show the... If I find it through... I'll find it through here, won't I? Warlock T20 recolor. This thing is bonkers crazy. Actually bonkers crazy. Not to mention, look at this little video of it, right? It's got proper bat wings that fade in and out. That is a transmog set. That is a transmog set. That's crazy cool. It's good fun. I'd want my hands on that one for sure. And this is coming from somebody that genuinely doesn't care about transmog. Like, I could not care less about transmog, but I think that set is super cool. Blocks always get the great sets. They do get some good ones, actually. It is true. Then you see the Druid one. The other one that I liked, actually, while we're on the topic, the other one I liked, let's see if I can find it. Is there just a list of all the resets? Let's just find it manually. Oh, no, we won't talk about the Hunter one. It's going to be a few days back now. There's another one that I think that looks cool. But, yeah, here we go. The new Monk one. Tony the Tiger. I think this looks pretty cool, you know. The fact that, you know, put a panda, you literally stroll around like Tony the Tiger. I think that's really cool. Doesn't look quite as good on, like, the human class. But, put it on a monk, tiger panda, yes please. That helm alone's crazy cool. That's a nice one. I like that. I mean, I don't like the monk class at all, but I'd play a monk for that one as well. Did I click somewhere to continue? I think I did. Skip. Click here to continue. There we go. Put it on a troll. Oh god. Yeah, see, when it comes to... The only time I'll ever consider doing some sort of transmog is if it's a complete set. And going out farming transmog sets, that's not my thing. But, like, if I can, you know, quickly unlock an entire set, then I might think about it. Monks are great for those AFK farms that you find before they get nerfed. Yeah. This is the only reason, right, that I've leveled a monk. I don't particularly like the monk class. Never really have. But the only reason I have one is purely for the Black Ox statue and to be Brewmaster. Because, you know, back in the days where 2x4 farms were a big thing, guess what everybody wanted? They wanted a monk. How was the easiest way to guarantee yourself into a group for those things? Be a Brewmaster monk. So... considering you don't need to really level things anymore, you can buy a character. Not gonna lie, the same reason I got a monk. Yeah, I would have no real incentive to have one outside of that, but... Remember the disenchanted staff from the vent? Well, yeah. I mean, I can't believe people thought that that was going to be a thing. Like... it was so obvious that it was just broken. 20,000 essences. Told people not to get their hopes up about that. There was hundreds on that vendor all day. Yeah, it was just silly. There should never be a point in the game where you can buy something from a vendor to then only give it back to a vendor and make more gold. That shouldn't be a thing. That absolutely 100% breaks the game's economy. Oh, hang on. We've finished helping this person hours ago. Let's get going. Any recommendations on acquiring accurate prospecting / ink prices for the essences and glyphs? Well, in theory, don't quote me on this, but in theory, I mean, TSM Destroying does know the prospect rates of everything. You don't actually have to work them out yourself, especially for past expansion stuff, which is probably been mathed to crazy levels already. I would imagine TSM Destroying gets the values pretty spot on. The only reason people go far out of their way to test like current expansion stuff is because, you know, the numbers aren't actually very well known at that point. But yeah, TSM Destroying probably knows them all. So if you make sure your material prices are up to snuff, make sure your material prices are accurate, then your destroying values will be accurate, and then you'll know. Although it's since I've done the prospecting video, one of the biggest requests since that prospecting video was quite simply do the same for inscription. So I might have to get round to doing it at some point, but I don't use inscription. I might dust off my scribe for 9.1.5 because of the new druid glyphs, but outside of that, I don't really use inscription past the first couple of weeks of the expansion. Once I'm done with Darkmoon decks, I'm done with inscription pretty much. And I didn't even do Darkmoon decks this expansion, so I've not really touched my scribe for a long time. Mantheus got his new mic. He did. He did. Hopefully there should be less echo and less crazy amounts of distortion. Oh, there we go. Good old Woo's always digging up some good resources for us. Joby with a play an ad. I'll redeem a quick 30-second ad. Thank you, thank you. I do appreciate it. Do you know any good crafts for the volatile airs? I'm farming loads of them at the moment due to a mount. I'm not sure if I can sell them as raw materials. I'm also wondering if there's some crafts that just eat them up. Volatile air? Volatile air, fire, and water are the three that still sell. My money is because they in some way, shape, or form go into a mount. I can't remember exactly though. I'm trying to think. Is it Vial of the Sands though, right? Vial of the Sands is going to hoover those up. Do you know if I use the mass mill within TSM, will that do the same as using the TSM destroy window, i.e. price-wise? Yeah, it should do. The air can be used for transmuting pyrite. Oh, well, there we go. There's a good reason. Because pyrite's a pain in the ass to farm. Where are we going here then? We're going to you to turn this quest in. And to you to turn this quest in, I guess. Select your steward companion. You'll do. Not going to have you for very long. Feels weird doing all of this because, I mean, I'm so accustomed to basically skipping all of this. But I have to do it, so discover the flight path. Oh, that's just reminded me actually, picking up this flight path. One thing we definitely need to do is make sure that we've what's the word I'm looking for? Make sure that we've got all the achievements that we need so that when 915 lands, we can get the Shadowlands flight path heirloom. We did a little bit of that the other day. We went round Ardenweld and hunted down a bunch of stuff. We need to finish that off at some point. Oh, shit, that wasn't what I was actually doing. I was just on autopilot then. What am I doing? Fix the beacon of summons. There we go. I'll be getting about 300 to 400 plus a day until the Drake of the North drops, which is going to take a while. Hey, the volatile air will still sell. Don't feel the need to Zerg sell them super fast. Drip feed them back in, keep the price nice and buoyant, and you'll do well. Make a bit of gold while you farm up your mounts. I've got somewhere in an old spreadsheet of mine before I put together the that's something that should be added to the Shadowlands cheat sheet. It's not strictly Shadowlands, I suppose, but I used to have crafting calculators for all of the old mounts. I did a video once upon a time, quite a while ago now, about the dual crafting Panther mounts, and I put together a calculator for working out the cost of that. I used to have one of those for all of the old mounts, but I'm out of touch a little bit with the past expansion crafting. I need to... This is the one thing, right? I have a real love-hate relationship with goal making currently, because legendaries are just too good. Genuinely too good. In terms of the fact that there is virtually no other reason for me to do anything but focus on legendaries, because the potential there is just so high. And it means that I'm not keeping up to date with everything else. And you could argue that's because everything else is not really worth keeping up to date with once you've got legendaries on the go. But from a content creation point of view, I need to aid people and help them get to the stage where, you know, they can enter the legendary market, as well as just telling them that legendaries are really good, because that's not super helpful to anybody really. Sure you haven't had much time with the new mic yet? Definitely say you sound a little bit muffled, like a lower quality podcast. Yeah, I've not really tweaked or tuned with any of the settings so much yet. It's on just auto mode at the moment. It's not had any sort of fancy calibrations. I need to have a bit of a play with it. What are we doing here? Speak to somebody, do something. I'm ready to speak to the Archon. There we go. There's no echo from what I hear. Well, that's the big thing, right? It's a dynamic mic, whereas my old one was a condenser mic. So unless I'm literally, you know, deep throating the thing, it doesn't pick up a lot of the background noise, and in turn, it won't pick up so much of the echo. But it still needs a bit of tweaking and tuning to make it, you know, sound good for my voice. I didn't know what was a better way to describe it. Made me alt tab. So I should remember to keep the stream at least, you know, PG friendly. Just keep reposting. Just check. The main thing that I can make is the true gold, which is also requires the fire and the water, which means I need to buy and or farm them, and it's more of a hassle than I can be bothered for. Hey, well, there we go. At least you got your answer now. It's a bit low. We're actually hearing the music now. It's probably, a few people have said this. I'm going to go as far as to say it was probably that my old microphone was just a bit loud. I had to really crank the volumes on my old microphone just because it was dog shit in the first place. Whereas now this, I can still maintain, you know, reasonable quality, or should be, what very hopefully, once I've, you know, got it working properly, very good audio with this microphone, just and I won't have to crank it so high. But yeah, I'll do a bit of playing about with it. It's more of a, it's also more of a, it's a bit of a learning curve for me as well, because I'm kind of used to just having the mic off to the side and forgetting that it's a thing. Now I have to remember that, you know, it needs to be pretty close to me. Even if I like turn off to the side, there'll be a huge drop off in the volume, which I do a lot because of course I'm looking at the other screens, so I got to be aware of that. Reach level 53. 53. You must be level 53 to continue the quest line. Oh shit, the bed. Okay. I'll say last week when you were on while I was driving, it sounds like you were in the truck with me. Not only am I significantly, I'm not even 52 yet, never mind 53. Now I knew these checkpoints were a thing. Now, two options. We either do some of the side quests, although we know for a fact that the side quests are not mandatory, or we utilize this opportunity and just do some gathering instead. Now, admittedly, it's gathering on foot, so it's going to be slower and less efficient. But any gold is gold, right? And this is likely to then happen in all of the zones. Okay, it won't probably happen when we get to Revendreth, because we'll ding 60 and then not give a shit about it. But I think this is a good opportunity to do a little bit of farming. You doing threads, or do you have to do the main? This is the NA account, so we have no choice but to do everything at default. We don't have access to the Threads of Fate until we've done it at least once. So we might actually have to just do some farming now. And that was not necessarily planned. Maybe we'll I've got a roots for this zone. Let's go add-ons. Let's go this fella. Let's go. Why is Alcoholic showing on there? Gathermate is on. We need roots as well. It's gonna be round. Oh, roots is on. Okay, roots is on. Okay, that's actually all I need on. Fine. Alright, do reload then real quick. I might just be able to use Zygor as well, you know. Maybe this will be a good opportunity to showcase what Zygor can do. Or, more than likely, maybe what Zygor can't do. The Zygor, I mean, as much as I love Zygor, the gold making side of it is terrible. Right, so let's go gold. Let's go gathering. Let's go... What? What is going on? What is going on? Why is crystallized life and obsidian ore all of a sudden a bajillion gold apiece? Alright, fine. Rising Glory, Bastion. That one. Go. So now we should have Zygor giving us a little bit of a run round here, gather stuff, and we should be good. Right, while we fly over there, I'm going to take a quick little bathroom break. I'll be back with you in 2 minutes, boys and girls. Occupy yourselves, maybe grab a drink, do some star jumps, keep yourself entertained. I'm going to run a minute or two of ads just to keep the pre-rolls at bay, and we'll be back in 2 minutes. Alrighty. Bought out all the Korthite on my server. Makes me feel so cool. Oh dear. That's either going to be a good thing or a bad thing. Have a feeling that people don't go to Korthia anymore. Yeah, I'm of the similar opinion that I really don't think that people are doing Korthia unless they absolutely have to. Tend to disable the gold stuff for Zygor. I find it horribly behind. Yeah, I mean, generally speaking, it's pretty trash. Worth it, I believe, is probably far more up to date. Chorthia. We have Chorgast, and we have Chorthia. It's not a good look, is it, for Blizzard, really? Corthite on my server's all gone all of a sudden. Hey, nothing to do with me. Nothing to do with me. Hang on. Hang on. That's better. Just doing it for Shaping Fate. Yeah, I can't really see many other reasons why I would be doing it right now. Now, on my main character, my hunter, I probably should... Oh, hang on. I'm not going to piss him off. I probably should still be doing it because I need... I need the rep still. But once I'm exalted and tier 6, I think I'll can it off completely. Chorland's 9.2, here we go. Oh dear, poor Blizzard. Can't catch a break. I imagine on a Wednesday that Corthia's probably pretty popping, but for the rest of the week, I don't know. It's all very subjective. I can quite safely say I'm not devoting even half the amount of time to be playing this game as what I have done in the past. I mean, early parts of this expansion, I was more than comfortable putting in 12 hours a day in this game. More than comfortable. Now, if I play the game more than 3 or 4 hours a day, it's a minor miracle. I mean, we tend to do, obviously, when I'm streaming, I stream World of Warcraft. But we're not always actively playing the game while I'm streaming. We're kind of doing other things. We're talking about different stuff. In terms of active, you know, just genuinely general playtime, it's not a huge amount currently. And it's weird, right? Because out of many people, have even more of an incentive to play the game because... You know, I have my YouTube channel, I have my stream, I have many reasons for it to for me to continue doing it, but it's there's not the same. Oh, hang on, these dudes do not need to be annoyed. Why are these level 60? Are we in a level 60 zone? Should I not be here right now? I very much think I should not be here right now. This is incredibly risky. This is why I've got some strong hesitation about 9.1.5. Simply for the fact that, you know, I know it's not a content patch. I know how the content cycles for these expansions go. There is very little that's going to draw people back into this game in patch 9.1.5. And Blizzard needs a big win, and they need a big win quickly. Gathering Root assumes 60. It definitely appears it assumes I'm 60, yeah. Although luckily in Bastion, most of the things are like, you know, they won't annoy me. $2,500 experience per node, though, is not too bad. That's going to be, was it 200,000? It's like 100 or so nodes to per level. We should do alright out of it. Pretty chill, pretty easy. As long as we don't get, you know, slapped about in the level 60 zone, we should be good. Meaning that piece of Rising Glory I'm not going to go and get. But it's It's not a bad thing for there to be downtime between major content patches, though. In a way, you go back 5 years, the way that people played video games was very different, right? Nowadays, people do bounce around different games a lot more so. Their attention span is a lot more... well, attention span's just not as great. And so, it's not really the end of the world if, you know, there's not so much to do. But the problem is that, you know, Blizzard tells you pay this, or you do pay for this game monthly, which kind of creates a, what's the right word? Creates a precedent for there always to be something to do. If you're paying for a game monthly, you should expect there to be monthly content, you know? Yeah, that's it. Yeah, the expectation is there that if you're going to be charged monthly for a game, there should be monthly content. Not 6 monthly, not 8 monthly. Why would I have to make 8 monthly payments to you when I could pay just 1 and get the same? Which I think is... I'm doing this lap the wrong way. I've just realised I should be coming at this the other way. If I was coming at this the other way, because it's asking me to go up a bunch of cliffs, which... I shouldn't be. I'm doing the route backwards. Oh well. Or you can unsub. Well, yeah, this is it. This is it. Like, I don't feel that there's too much of an argument against unsubbing and doing other things. I mean, if there's not the content there, then don't you know, don't drive yourself into the assumption that you should be, you know, doing it all the same. I mean, I've been recently. I've been playing a little bit of Path of Exile. I'm probably going to play a little bit of Call of Duty at the end of this week with the new Vanguard coming out. The problem for me is I'm not entirely sure my PC is going to really be able to handle a FPS at decent frame rate anymore, as I refuse to play FPS games at any less than 60 FPS. If you're playing an FPS at less than 60 FPS, then you're at a disadvantage straight away. Oh my god, it's more level 60s. This route is definitely not designed for level 51 characters. We're not getting anywhere near that Death Blossom. I mean, we can get to it. It's not very safe. Not very safe at all. What's the add-on that gives you the roots? I'm currently using Zygor, but I'm going to be honest, I wouldn't recommend it. I'd recommend Zygor for many things, I just wouldn't recommend it for gathering. I'm using it because I just happen to have it to hand, but for the most part, you'd want to look at a combination of add-ons like Worth It, add-ons like Roots. Yeah, Gather Mate and Roots should do you fine. In 2004, people were more convinced about just paying for the servers and the content was a bonus. In 2021, not so much. Yeah. My view on paying is that I'm supporting the game, which for me has tons of content. You just have to care about achievements, all the things and such else. I can see why people think the content is dry. If you just max level and do the raid and Keystone Master, then you're done. Unless you care about the other stuff as well. I'd be inclined to agree with that more if we didn't pay, if we weren't, you know, triple dipped in the first place. Because if we just paid a box value, then the box value should cover the cost of making the game, you know, and should in turn generate some profit as well. The box value alone should do that. In theory, then, if you're going to charge a monthly subscription, the monthly subscription should be to cover things like server costs and to cover the additional development to keep the game, you know, up to date. It's an MMO. Massively multiplayer online game. You know, if it's going to tick those boxes and you're going to be charged monthly for that sort of stuff, there should be a consistent amount of content as well. The fact that they then triple dip with microtransactions and store mounts and all that sort of stuff as well leaves a sour taste in your mouth when you don't feel that you're getting the value for money that you think that you should be. All comes down to how we attribute the monthly sub. Is it for the server uptime and the ability to play the game, or to keep the new content coming? Yeah. It's just if you only need to do a very subtle comparison against the rest of the industry though, and you start to realize very quickly that WoW is incredibly expensive to play compared to the competition. Can't loot that now? Oh goddamn. To pay a box price for a game and to pay a monthly subscription is almost unheard of nowadays. The WoW sub was for tech support. Yeah, that doesn't exist anymore. Yeah. Hitch a ride on the druid? I probably should, you know. Oh, now it respawns. Goddamn. Now, this little farming route seems to be pretty acceptable, but I think I'm going to use my own knowledge of Bastion, because this is taking me pretty deep into level 60 areas of the map, which is not terrible, because at least in Bastion anyway, you can get away without actually aggroing a lot of stuff. But I think I have a route in my head that's going to be way more optimal anyway, I think. Can I get close to this? Just. Woo! My pet managed to pull aggro. Now we have a problem, because I don't have... What? What? Sorry, Gruffhorn, you're going to have to make a sacrifice. Oh, no. No, this is not good. And my... Oh, dear, oh, dear. We're in a sticky situation now. Feign Death is not off cooldown for another 4 seconds. Don't kill me. Whew, we escaped. Just. Yeah, this is not part of the map I should be in. How do I comfortably get out of this situation that I've put myself in? I say I've put my... Oh my god, dude. Oh, jeez. Can we go this way? Oh my god, how did I manage... Oh dear, even stealthed, I'm pulling aggro. Not good. Not good. Get me out of here. Oh, great. Okay. This is not good. Go on then, kill the pet. Leave me alone. Woof. first move advantage. Well, not quite. It was kind of ahead of its time at launch. Well, yeah, in a way. Thought Final Fantasy 14 was a sub and a big cash shot. I mean, I don't know the full ins and outs of it for Final Fantasy 14. I've not looked into it, but it's safe to say that you basically pay for the game 3 times. 2 of them are mandatory. 1 of them is then optional. Find it funny when people defend other MMO shops whilst talking trash at WoW. Even Asmund did it in regards of mounts on the store. It can look, at face value, I can understand why it looks a little bit hypocritical. But it's not that black and white, you know? Like, if the game is providing you consistent value in the first place, then there's an argument against it. But it's when players don't feel that they're adequately being looked after to begin with. Take the example of the fact that we'll go 8 months without any new content, and then out of nowhere a Blizzard store mount will turn up. I mean, it just stinks. It's like, well, why are you trying to why are you asking us for more money when we've been giving you money for 8 months and you've not really been giving anything in return? Value is a two-way proposition, and people's perception of it is going to be very different. Now, the whole store mount thing, I don't particularly like the store mounts in World of Warcraft for the fact that we also pay a box price and we pay a subscription. If either one of those wasn't the case, I'd be more fine, because I understand. I mean, they're a business, right? They got to make money, sure, but everybody got to get paid. But the point is you got to get paid, yes, but you don't necessarily need to be paid 3 times. So, I mean, if you've got a cash shop and you sell store mounts and stuff, if Blizzard just had if there was the Blizzard store for, you know, you could buy your store mounts and whatever, and you had to pay a subscription for the game, sure, fine. But then every piece of content that came out, if the game was in essence free to play to begin with, but you had, like, there was no upfront cost for the game, you know, it's just greediness. That's the thing. That's the main thing. People aren't totally against the store mounts, generally speaking. They're against the store mounts when in conjunction with everything else on top of it. That's what rubs people up the wrong way. Hey, Mr. Druid. Appreciate I fall into the minority, although the minority is still a pretty large number in WoW when it comes to gold farmers, mount farmers, achievement hunters, etc. Yeah, I mean, I fill a lot of my time with doing what a lot of people would consider more mundane, menial things in the game. I like collecting stuff. I like running around. I like leveling up my professions. I like collecting all the patterns. I spend stupid amounts of time collecting like stuff from past expansions and grinding out reps that I'm missing and doing all that sort of stuff. That's something that I do because I choose to do it, kind of thing. It's like, for example, anybody could go back and play the 5-year-old version of Call of Duty. There's nothing stopping them doing that if they enjoy doing it. But you shouldn't feel as if you're being charged monthly to do that. Like, you know? Even Call of Duty, you pay for the game up front. There's no monthly subscription to pay for Call of Duty. But yeah, you've then got a gross microtransaction economy. Everybody's got to get paid, but as long as you're not overly greedy about it, you won't piss people off. And people are happy to pay the box price. They're happy to pay the subscription. They're happy for the store mounts to a degree, as long as they feel they're getting value from the game. Soon as that value from the game diminishes low enough that people don't think they're getting value anymore, they're going to start having issues with it. Love the store mounts. I hate the fact that they often cost more than the entire game does. Yeah, see, that's like, people are not dumb. People are not stupid. If you charge, like, you can pick up the expansion. Obviously, when it first comes out, it's probably $40, sure. But if you then release a mount that's $25, you got an entire expansion's worth of content, or for a similar price, you get one mount. Eh? How does that work? No, it just doesn't balance very well. I think the game developers are going to have to, as time goes on, people are getting wiser and wiser to these sort of, you know, these tricks of the trade. There'll come a point where people just are like, nah. No, because everything's based on engagement as well. The biggest metric to any of these gaming companies now is engagement rates. Like, how many people are doing a certain thing, and more importantly, for how long are they doing it? Because gaming companies now understand that the one commodity that everybody is actually trading for is people's time. People can only spend their time theoretically doing one thing. If you can get somebody to spend their time doing your thing, then you're probably going to make a sizable amount of money off that person. If you only attract their time for a small period, say a month or something, you're going to generate a lot of churn, and game companies see that as lost revenue. Because they're never happy with some of the money. They want all of the money. It's a similar thing that I try and persuade gold makers to... the mindset that I try and prevent people from getting into is it's perfectly happy when you're making gold. As long as if whatever activity it is you're doing to make the gold in the game, as long as A, you're having fun doing it, and B, you end up with more gold than you started with, you've won. Right? And be happy with the fact that you've won. Because you could have not had fun and ended up with less gold. So take the wins when they're there. And don't be over greedy. Be happy with making some of the gold. Don't feel that you need to make all of the gold. Okay, it's Pew Pew. Whoa, where's my pet? What's going on? Gruffhorn. Come back. Saw a report that the top 10 highest grossing games in the last 5 years are virtually all mobile games. Oh, absolutely, yeah. Mobile industry's gross. Because they've got no shame. The mobile industry actually has no shame. And it's actually really interesting to see. Like, when you compare some of the mobile industry, the mobile game industry to, desktops, console gaming. Oh my god, it's like it's a different world. A good example is over the weekend. I decided, for no real reason other than I was bored, to download Angry Birds. And now, of course, the original Angry Birds doesn't exist anymore. It's Angry Birds 2. And I was like, oh, well, maybe they've just, updated the graphics for, newer mobiles. I mean, Angry Birds came out 1 million years ago at this point. Maybe they just updated it. No. The actual firing birds into blocks of wood to knock down piggies is entirely a secondary part of that game now. You cannot play more than a single level without having microtransactions and gems and... Oh my god, it's offensive. The reason there are more levels in the game is not to increase the amount of enjoyment that somebody has playing the game. It is to increase the number of opportunities that they have to force microtransactions down your throat. Ridiculous. There isn't a game in it anymore. You have 30 seconds of gameplay for every 4 minutes of navigating through shit you don't care about. I did the same, but I downloaded Clawy, control a real claw in-game remote part of the world and win real prizes. It was great fun. I spent £30 on it and I won 1 prize. Don't know if that's a good or a bad thing. Those guys are more akin to gambling firms than game developers these days. They use every scummy psychological trick in the book. I'd have to agree. Yeah, they are like... I was absolutely amazed because you think of Angry Birds, right? And you think, oh, it's specifically designed for kids. Actually 100% designed for kids. Now, I know I'm a older guy who, you know, has decided to randomly download it, but it was nostalgia for me. I saw it in the App Store and I was like, oh, I've not played Angry Birds for 10 years. It was more of a nostalgia thing than anything else. But the fact that these kids are downloading this, and there is some serious psychological warfare going on in those games to persuade you to buy things. Every single trick possible is being used to milk you of any money that you have. Plants vs. Zombies on the Switch has big microtransactions in it. Yeah, there we go. Another example. How are those psychological tricks any different from grinding raid bosses for months to get RNG BIS items? They're different in terms of the fact that you don't have to pay 99 cents every time you wipe. Nor do you have to, nor every time do you wipe do you get the opportunity to open a loot box. But you can only open one loot box every 24 hours. Yet if you pay another 99 cents, you can open another loot box. And if you pay another 99 cents, then you get a double XP boost. And if you pay another 99 cents, you'll get 2 times the loot drops from this boss. And if you pay another 99 cents, then you'll get 20% less health on the boss to make it easier to kill. And if you pay another 99 cents, the boss will not use one of his abilities to make it even easier. You know, it's like literally every single possible thing they can think of. 99 cents loot council. Oh, that's funny because it could be true. We're bringing back Master Looter. $4.99 a month. Oh dear. That would be funny. Ooh, I almost missed the Solemnum there. I've seen the same guy have BIS items with crit mastery, haste, verse, literally any stat combo. And I'm starting to wonder how any item is his BIS. I'm not sure I understand, but yeah. Making gold on NA is crazy and the token's super cheap. I mean, I've had that thought process for a long time. Which is kind of hence why I'm, you know, actively playing on the NA realms right now. Because until I go out and sort of do it for science, I don't really know. Because weirdly, I don't think there's I mean, it also feels really weird nowadays that there's not global servers. I think this whole NA EU thing is massively outdated. I'm playing on the NA servers right now, and I've got 132 MS, which is not incredible, but for PvE content, you could absolutely engage in PvE content without any issue whatsoever at 100 MS. I think it should be something that Blizzard consider. Giving people the ability. Because they've got... Recently we had the... your battle.net, you can have friends that play on the other... you can add friends that play on the other realms, but you can't play with them. So it's like, we used to have 200 MS on local servers not that long ago. Yeah, exactly. The internet is massively developed. Way more developed than what it was when this game first came out. Give us cross-realm ability. Love that. Love that. Didn't they do that for other Activision games that are cross-region? I mean, virtually every game on the planet that comes out now is cross-region. Because there's no reason for it to not be. I will go as far as to say, though, there's probably a hell of a lot of complications in actually doing it for WoW. Eve had it in 2003. There we go. With 100 MS, I've died a lot from disengaging too late. Well, that's true. Well, yeah, but that's just, you know, getting used to it. When you get used to a certain level of latency, then it's easy to make a small mistake from time to time. Yeah, they're just a small indie company. It's just a small indie company. Give them a break. God, where's all my herbs at? Where's all my herbs at? Here's one, look. Well, I knew that actually gathering to gain levels was not going to be super quick. We need to get to level 53 before we can move on to the next zone. So we might finish this lap off and then see what our options are, because it might be well, in fact I know categorically for a fact it'd be quicker to just bash out a few quests. We're getting some good progress on our professions though. 55 in herbalism right now, and where are we with mining? Oh, okay, we're only 32 on mining, but 55 on herbalism. I needed to do 2 dungeons to be back on track, ignored all the side quests and only did the campaign. Yeah, that's a point actually. Maybe I should queue up for... maybe I should do a couple of dungeons as well. That's not a bad idea. It's a nice cheeky loot as well. That's actually a bait. They're not herbs. Rich lay strike deposit. Go on then. I'll go out my way to grab that. Go back this way because there's usually a few up on this hill. Well, this is a good way to slowly get me back into the WoW mindset after a few days off. It was nice to have a few days off, you know. Although I didn't really actually have much of time off. While I didn't stream on Friday, I was still pretty active with the content side of things on Friday. Saturday, Sunday though, had a couple of good days off. Enjoyed my birthday. Safe to say I had quite a hangover, which might have had, you know, something to do with why we didn't stream yesterday. How old are you, by the way? Old enough to have played this game for 15 years. Yeah, something like that. So he's 16. Yep. Yep, that's it. I popped out, and before I could walk, I was grinding them golds. WoW millionaire before I even went to kindergarten. Not true, by the way. Right, definitely running low on things to pick up nowadays. Who needs to be able to walk anyway? Oh, that's it. Sit down to play video games, do you? That's what you say when people say you were born for this. Exactly. It was my destiny. $60 herbalism. Actually now starting to get more than just a single piece of ore or herbs as well, which is nice. There's a herb around here somewhere. Where's it gone? Who's stolen it? Here it is. Question is do we think that we should keep do you think we should keep herbalism and mining on the go until we at least sort of have spent a bit of time at 60? Because we're going to have to do the campaign. There's a few things we know we're going to have to do. We're going to have to do all the campaigns. 9.0 campaign is a good and I'm not talking about the leveling campaign, I mean the actual campaign. So we've got a good 6 to 8 hours of gameplay there, where we're going to be running around doing a bunch of stuff, depending on which covenant we go into. We're also going to have to piss about in Korthia for quite a while. I'm thinking, though, until we actually get to the point where we have flying, even when we have flying for a while, it might be worthwhile just, you know, because we don't have much gold on this realm, or this account even, to maybe utilize flying for a little while. Boost a druid with herbalism and mining. Now, I would agree, but I don't have the gold to buy a boost. I could, in theory, upgrade the game so that I get a boost. It's like, what, 15 bucks or something? I don't know what it is. What's the game upgrades? 20 bucks. If I wanted to spend 20 real monies, I could get a boost. And then I could get a druid. And then, yeah. I'm not sure. All depends on what Legos you're going to go for. Yeah. Because my obviously my goal to begin with this was to, you know, take it relatively slow and steady. And like I mentioned earlier, whilst I know full well that legendaries are, without a shadow of a doubt, the end goal, I almost wonder if I should take a completely different path to getting there for the purpose of this NA series. Or whether by doing that I'll just lose interest, I don't know. If you need heroic, I'm happy to put it in. Don't worry, my man. You've done enough. Oh, I know you offered initially, but you've done enough. Can always help you burn through core through if you want a geared tune. Well, I mean, I know full well I could pull out stream privileges if I wanted to. But the purpose of this was to, like I said, it was to give the illusion of what a brand new player to the game goes through. Which is kind of why I'm trying to avoid using like boosts and like skips and stuff. Never thought you'd actually start NA so soon. Well, my plan is to have it like pretty much up and running for 9.2. When 9.2 lands, obviously everything is a little bit fresher and everything, you know, is open to the masses again. Brand new players get a boost though. Well, they only get a boost if they buy the next version. Like if you buy the base game, for example, if you buy just the Shadowlands base edition, you don't get the boost. You only get the boost if you buy the heroic upgrade. Now, if you are brand new to the game, sure, an extra $20 for another character to prevent you having to get to 50 again looks quite attractive, but you're definitely not going to buy this to start with. Or at least, okay, even those that do, there's probably a lot less that actually do. It's probably only a small percentage of people that buy the heroic edition to begin with. Sure, you're right though. When people realise they want a second character. I don't know. We'll see how we get. We'll see how frustrated I get with not having much gold. But I also know that I don't like farming. So if I was to spend $20 to buy the boost to boost a druid to then never use the druid because I don't like farming, I'd feel even more stupid. There's a few things we need to tick off our list though. We need like the we need a vendor mount. We need to go buy the mammoth, you know. We need to dedicate 18,000 gold to buying the mammoth. We're probably not going to get the transmog yak anytime soon. For one simple reason, that I won't ever actually need it. I only bought it just because it was a thing that I could buy. I don't care about transmog. I don't need a transmog yak. If you're going to have dual gathering professions on the same character, it should be a druid. Oh, I know. Oh, I know. But I also, long term, don't plan to ever do any farming. Now, I know this might annoy some people, but farming is a sucker's game. Farming is a means to an end. Like, farming is the same as, you know, working at McDonald's to pay for your tuition at university. You don't plan to, you know, you don't plan to work at McDonald's all the time. I've just been annoyed. Like, farming is a means to an end. You should farm. I mean, the game has to have, and this comes back to a topic of conversation we said a lot at the we were talked about a lot at the beginning of the stream today when we were doing the WoW economy report. The game needs that foundation of casual players. The game needs that foundation of people that look at farming materials as a sizable way of making the gold that they need. Without those players, then the crafters can't craft their stuff, and the 1% can't buy everything they need to be the 1%. Like, everything has its part, But you need a huge amount of people at the bottom of that to make the foundation for the game to be based on. And farming should just be a way for you to gather up enough gold to begin with to be able to really start utilizing your crafting professions to an advantage. So that eventually your crafting professions, every time you craft something and sell something, you make a little bit more gold. And then when it sells, you craft it and you sell it again. And you repeat that process enough times so that you have more gold than you then need. And hey presto, you never need to spend a minute farming ever again. But until you have the professions in order to be able to do that, your optimal method of making gold is still farming. Farming's also twice the effort if it's not mainstream mats, because you spend time farming and then time again relisting until you sell it. That's also true. Flipping's still better in my opinion. Well, yeah, of course. Yeah, flipping then becomes the upper echelon even past crafting. You should utilize your crafting professions for long enough so that you have enough gold so that you just buy and sell things on the auction house. And over the time of both farming and crafting, you've developed enough knowledge on what sells and how much things should sell for and what materials are used and in how many quantities. So you just get to the point where you just, just buy and sell things on the auction house. You can get your TSM profile set up accordingly, and you can log on to a realm for 5 minutes a day, relist a few auctions, do a quick scan to find some new stuff to buy, and you're done. None of this spending 10 hours farming heavy desolate leather to make 20,000 gold. Even from the start. I mean, if you've got the knowledge, you can do it from the very start. But the farming and the crafting is a very good way to both, earn yourself a little bit of starting capital, but also give you a good reason to gain that experience that you need in the different materials and the different items and why those items are valuable. Knowledge is power. Ooh, we're now getting like big boy numbers. There was 6 Rising Glory from that one node then. Farming and crafting is fairly equal until you scale crafting to crazy levels with add-ons like TSM and multiple accounts, multiple servers. Baseline 1 server, 1 account. It's somewhat fairish. Yeah. I mostly agree with that. Although the intrinsic nature of crafting is that you put the time and effort in once and then it pays dividends forever and a day. Like you do the farming of your reputations to get the patterns. You do the farming to get the pattern to drop off the boss. You do the farming, it's front loaded. So you do all of the farming to begin with, but once you've done it and you've got the pattern, you've always got that pattern. It's not to say that crafting is without its farming, it just has a different type of farming. You're not directly trading your time for materials. Give me a quick tag on all of these mobs. If you're going to kill them for skinning, I might as well help you kill them and get some experience off it at the same time. This often tends to be people's dislike for auction house PvP. For the very simple reason that auction house PvP feels too much like farming. And I kind of agree. It is. Like, you're investing your time in doing something. The big nature of crafting is that you can spend a short amount of time with the expertise you have already gained to craft a bunch of items to then list them and they sell. The auction house PvP and the cancel scan meta kind of puts a stumbling block in the way of that quite a lot. I'm not gonna lie, it's definitely a problem. So yeah, crafting is not without its farming. It just presents itself in a different way. Mining mount when it's been many years of Sky Golem. Why no mining mount? This is a brand new fresh account. You may also notice I'm not flying. And that is on the basis that this is a brand new account on a brand new BattleNet over on the NA realms. So I don't have all of those little life's luxuries. This character and this account has all of 40,000 gold. So I'm unlikely to waste a whole bunch of that initial gold on buying a Sky Golem. Although eventually I will get one for sure. I mean, when are we going to get a mining mount? Oh, I see. Like the Sky Golem, but for mining. Oh, sorry, I'm with you. That could be a cool addition. I mean, arguably it exists. It's just called a druid. With crafting, you can scale how you want. Either go ham and get everything if you've got a lot of time, or only craft the high-end items in terms of profitability versus sale rate. Spend very little time relisting. It's also true. Also very true. I mean, we've spoke about this a little bit on the channel in recent days in terms of the fact that whilst, yes, Legendaries is often considered to be the end game for gold makers, because I mean recent history has proven that if you are dedicated to your craft, you can do some crazy things with legendaries. Once you've unlocked all of the recipes and have the ability to craft every rank of everything, given enough time and effort on your part, you can do some ridiculous results with legendaries. But it's not the true end game. There are still methods out there that can not only return significantly higher amounts of gold, but in considerably less amount of time in terms of time invested. But the opportunities don't present them quite as frequently, and this is where you start looking at things like flipping, and you start dealing in exotics, and you start dealing with server gold transfers, and you start offering more service-based stuff. Druids despawn? I wish druids despawn. They dismount when they mine, yes, but the fact that they have instant flight form negates that quite nicely. It'll be a crux for some people who've never experimented with other methods too. Legos won't be around forever. Yes, this is a good point actually. Like, sure, Legos are the number one pretty much right now, but if you spend Shadowlands making millions of gold off Legos, and then in 10.0 legendaries completely 100% disappear, and you've got no idea now what you're doing, because you've never done anything else but legendaries, you might be in a sticky situation. Admittedly, you'll probably have tens of millions of gold and won't care, but the point still stands, right? That this is why, as much as I don't actively engage in much else outside legendaries, I'm not crafting consumables, I'm not crafting glyphs, I'm not looking at boosting people, I'm not doing much farming. I still keep my eyes on what it takes to do all of that sort of stuff. I still learn about it, even if I don't actively choose to do it, because it'll be useful information to have when the markets change. I mean, for Shadowlands, yeah, I've said this a few times, but for Shadowlands, I had basically two main goals. Main goal was to spread myself out a little bit further afield than just playing on the one realm. And we're making some pretty good progress on that. We are now fully up and running on both Sylvanas and Turin Mill. We have level 60 characters on Draenor. We are working on an NA account on one of the biggest realms over on the NA. So we're doing bits to spread ourselves out a little bit. Because it usually means that if there's something good on one server, then, you know, something could be good on one server but not good on another. If you spread yourself out a bit, you'll always be in a position where there's something good somewhere. But also it means that there's lots of markets that tend to be very profitable but have a limited, have some limitation in terms of maybe how many people there are that want to buy stuff, for example. You tend to hit, it's very easy on a small server, for example, to end up being able to have all of the crafting patterns. You might now have unlocked every single legendary recipe, but guess what? You're struggling to sell more than 2 or 3 a day because there's not that many people that want to buy them. That's a problem if you only play on one realm. You know how that's not a problem? That's not a problem if you play on 5 realms. Because all of a sudden you're still selling enough across those 5 realms to easily, you know, make as much gold as you want to make. So spreading across different servers was like pretty much my #1 goal for Shadowlands. Secondly, I know it seems a bit odd, but I wanted to get into either exotics or pets. Now, what do I mean by exotics? I'm talking about sort of high-end, super high-ticket items that are very, very long-term investments. You utilize, because you get to a point, right? There comes a point very quickly when you start making a lot of gold where you just don't have anything to spend it on. And gold just sat in your bags is doing nothing. At the moment, I actually spend most of my gold on stupid things like boosting characters to level 50 because I'm lazy and don't want to level them again. But there'll come a point where I'll have enough gold where I won't even, and enough characters on enough servers that I probably won't even need to be doing much more of that. So super exotic items like trading card game mounts and stuff like that are things that tend to go up in value slowly but steadily and have proven to do so. Now, if you spend 1 million gold, 2 million gold on buying a trading card game mount now, in the next expansion, in a year or two's time, that same mount could be worth twice as much. All without me really doing anything at all. And pets, I think pets is a market that is more evergreen in terms of there's kind of always people that will look at buying pets because they're a collectible item. Some pets go up in value, some pets go down in value, but they tie in nicely with being able to do things across multiple realms as well. So it all kind of fits in like a jigsaw eventually. I've been wanting to go back to pet arbitrage and crafting again once Legos go away, but haven't done that for more than 9 months now. Yeah, I'm in the same boat. I love legendaries. I love how profitable legendaries are, but they're hella boring. Oh my days! The fact that like literally, like when you get deep into legendaries, there's no incentive for you to do anything else, and it's good for making lots of gold, but it's not very interesting. Why would it cost twice if it's a black market random drop? Well, because you can't physically get them. If you buy a TCG mount, you're probably one of only a handful of people on your realm that have access to one of those. If you have it consistently listed on the auction house for twice whatever you paid for it, eventually somebody will probably buy it. You end up not being able to do everything else because you feel like you've got to milk it as much as you can while you can. Yeah, it's a cash cow. Legendaries are a cash cow. Quite literally. They're here for Shadowlands, and past Shadowlands, they won't exist. So milk the cow while it's juicy. And when there's nothing left, then we'll find another cow to milk. But right now, Legendaries is that cash cow. For example, in BFA, the cash cow was raid BOEs. Because there was so much randomness going on with all of the stats and the different variations that could drop. Buying and selling raid BOEs was the cash cow then. You could very easily pick up something massively undervalued and flip it for double what you paid for it on a pretty regular basis if you knew what you were doing. But nowadays, now the randomness has been taken out of gear and there's less BOEs that are dropping from raids. There's still gold to be made there, but it's not anywhere near as lucrative. Legendaries, you're literally selling somebody their best in slot gear, and it's crafted. It's a dream come true. Actually a dream come true. You just got to fight through the cluster of other people trying to do the same. That's the challenge. But anyway, boys and girls, we've had some weird and wacky conversations today. I thank you for joining. I'm going to leave it there for today. We got the economy report done. We got a couple of levels bashed out over on the NA realm, so we're slowly working our way to 60. Obviously, we got slowed down a little bit by having to try and grind our way to 53 over here, but we're getting there. We're getting there. We'll be back tomorrow. Tomorrow, of course, is Wednesday, even though my week is going to feel really weird because I missed Monday. I would like to say we'll be doing some Auction House PvP to try and make some gold tomorrow, but I'm not going to guarantee that because if I don't feel like doing it and if I don't make enough gold in the first hour of me trying, I'll probably do something else. But yes, we'll be back again tomorrow. So if you haven't already, hit that follow button. A bunch of you are following. We're closing in slowly but surely on nearly 2,000 followers over here now, which is pretty nice, pretty nice. Check out the YouTube channel. If you're not already a sub on the YouTube channel, I post World of Warcraft economy and goal making type content over there, usually a couple of times a week, as and when there's something good to report on at least. I try to avoid the 50,000 gold an hour farming this one legendary rare item from 7 years ago kind of videos. I try and keep them a little bit more educational. Something that you can grab onto and maybe utilize in your own day-to-day goal making. So make sure you check that out. And of course, there's also the Discord as well if you want to chat amongst yourselves with a bunch of other like-minded gold makers. But there's my mini shameless plug out the way. All the links are down below in the info cards for Twitch. Enjoy the rest of your day and happy goal making, boys and girls. I'll see you tomorrow. Peace.